What? Fuck do you guys want? You're still here? Why? One moment. Fucking degenerates. Okay. Whew. No more Zanderhal today. Bro, it's kind of... Okay, hang on. Someone woke up and chose violence today. What, me or Israel? What? Okay. Hang on. First of all, listen, guys, I think we need to turn the temperature down. We need to turn the temperature down. What? Bro, she's really getting her fill. Now, we'll get to the Israel stuff. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's probably going to be a kind of like we're going to learn things as we go along for that particular issue because the debates on that with regards to international law and ethics and stuff like that is really funny. Okay. Did Haniyeh use charged language that would have caused this? No, Haniyeh is a man of... Look. Do I still have the thing? This was definitely him. This was definitely him at his best. He went hard on this meme. God. Haniyeh's Hezbollah. No, he's Hamas. He's the leader of the Politburo of Hamas. He's like the top guy. I just love this fucking meme with like fucking Gandhi, MLK, and Mandela. I'm trying to read that. I don't think I know any of those words. Did you hear that Jackson Hinkle made a memorial post? Yeah. Describing Hamas as a politician, though. Wait, that's what we don't know, right? We don't actually... 3 people against violence. Careful. Mandela was not against violence. He was against targeting civilians. He wasn't against violence. Mandela employed violence. It says the Great March of Return and Dismantlement of the Barricade. Okay. Yeah, and there's like there's a big all of Palestine return key. Yeah. Keep a skeptical eye on everything reported. Well, not necessarily. I mean, like, he's definitely dead, right? I'm pretty sure he's definitely dead. It's just, it's hard to find biographical sources on people like this that are in English. And even to find ones in Arabic that are translatable, like, I don't know. Like, I don't actually know that much about what his particular role was. I don't really know anything about his speeches, especially in the recent war. Yeah, I don't know. Did you see his body in real life? Don't I have not left the country, okay? Since I have not left the country in the last 24 hours, okay? Leave me alone. Mandela didn't have a choice other than violence, right? You could argue Palestinians in the West Bank, at least. Palestinians don't have any other choice in a lot of cases. But Haniyeh was not the same as any of these three. Yeah, not even close. Anyway, that's not what we're doing just yet. First of all, we have some brain rot. It's moments like this that make me consider spending £100 on the blue check mark, or trying, because I've tried to before. It just didn't go through for some reason. Like, Twitter just doesn't want my bank details for some reason. But this is so fucking stupid. What the like? He's upset about Muslim rape guy. Remember this guy, first of all. If you don't remember this guy, it's a really old clip. Basically, people mocking some EDL dumb fuck because he got a stupid accent and he just doesn't make any sense. I think he doesn't. He forgets what Sharia law is, so he just calls it Iraqi law. Yeah, it's just whatever. Fucking. Yeah.
They get their law over our country, and it is happening. It's happening in other countries. Everything. It's happening in every country. It's like you've got the Iraqi law that they put down in London. Like, we're more or less near London today, but they're trying to put the Iraqi law down on London. They're just trying to put their law down on us, and we can't stand for that.
Which Iraqi law is this?
It's the Islamic law. They've got their law. Obviously, it's their law, isn't it? Like, we can't do anything about that. But we're just trying to stop Islamic. You've got Islamic rape gangs nowadays. Fucking, there's 15-year-olds getting raped and everything. It just can't happen. That's why all these people are there. All these people around us. That's why they're there.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, what's the takeaway here? Like, fucking low information, misinformed, fucking, probably comes from a shithole with the more or less political abandonment from both parties, blah, 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 blah. Or all 5 parties now in the UK. Just whatever, probably a pisshead, hanging out with the EDL and all that shit. He's just a dumb fuck, whatever. I imagine most people just blew him up because of the accent, though, or because he said it sounded like he was saying Islamic ray guns instead of rape gangs. But yeah, whatever. Not really, like, just stupid fucking clip that people laugh about, like whatever. But Lauren Southern's response, he's upset about Muslim rape gangs. He's just got a strong accent and is working class. He probably had a sister or a friend that was a victim in his town. This video is incredibly old, by the way. It's like 10 years old. Source, Lauren Southern. What? I'm sorry, what? Why are we making that inference? Is everyone, any cunt in the fucking EDL, are we like, oh, it must be, they probably lost a relative, or didn't even lose, or had a relative who got raped by Muslims. Really? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? Probably. Not even possibly, right? Probably. Fuck. Journalism. All right, fuck. It's so stupid. It ended up being a massive legitimate problem that was covered up by the government and media. Over 3,000 girls groomed and raped. It's funny that it says 3,000. That sentence is completely incomplete, because I know that the number of people who are charged with group abuse of children, let alone abuse in general of children, the number of people who are charged with group abuse of children is like 8,000 a year. Thereabouts. It's thousands a year. For the number of people who are charged with child sex abuse just in as a whole, like even as individuals, is like tens of thousands. I think in 1 year it was like 80,000. So 3,000, the sentence is incomplete. It's by Muslims because that's when it matters, right? We don't give a fuck unless it's Muslims. That's the whole point in giving it a different fucking category, like grooming gang. You all hate the working class and mock them instead of listening to their legitimate problems. Then, if they complain about something that turns out to be true years later, it's swept under the rug and some astroturfed bullshit progressive problem is put to the forefront instead. Of course, this will drive people into madness. Again, most of we looked at the demographics of the people who voted for reform, like the most right-wing party on immigration, for at least that's electable. Every single constituency where Reform UK won a seat with tough on immigration more than all the other parties as the front and center of their campaign, every community where that party won a seat was like 1% Muslim. Far less than the national average. People are not doing this because their sister got fucking raped by a Muslim, okay? Maybe some people do. Some people who were actually victims, like personal victims of these grooming gangs. One of them, Sammy Woodhouse, who actually wrote a whole book about it, specifically called out the EDL because they don't give a fuck about grooming victims. Fuck, maybe I'll use that's a good example. All right, hang on. Fuck, all right, Sammy Woodhouse. EDL, and she, of course, she got absolutely fucking lambasted for it. Where is her thing on the EDL? Well, the wiki will have it. There was one survivor from Rotherham who actually spoke out about the EDL, and then they got really fucking angry. Let me see. English Defence League. It's not even in her wiki. Why not? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? The quote where she was saying that they don't give a fuck about, like, they also, I think she specifically calls out the fact that they didn't care about the point that even some of her own abusers were also not Muslim. Like some of her people who abused her were white. Am I thinking of the right person? Sammy Woodhouse. Oh, is it this? Was it Newsnight? This is her.
Tommy Robinson is no longer involved in the EDL. His new movement has its origins in the grooming scandals.
I came from just a normal family background, really. I was a confident girl at school. I was good at school, bubbly, had lots of friends.
Where's
and there was
she
nothing
talks about
Others do.
the EDL?
A lot of the people going on these marches, you know, I know some that are victims, that are families, just normal kind of working day people that are just so angry at what's happened. They feel they're not being listened to, they're being ignored. And that the system is corrupt, and they're looking, you know, to go on movements like this because they feel that's the only way that their voices can get heard.
Many of the survivors of abuse are still not ready to tell their story publicly. We spoke to two other women. Their views on Tommy Robinson vary. One said she thought he was highlighting an important issue. Another, who was raped by a number of different men, disagreed. She said, "I don't see him marching against my white abusers." Sammy Woodhouse says Tommy Robinson is selective in which cases he chooses to focus on.
You know, if they're going to talk about child rape, about the system and the failures, then they should be talking about it as a whole and not just by Pakistani Muslims. There's, you know, majority of paedophiles are actually white males.
The majority of...
Yeah, I think that's the... And I don't even think she's like... as far as I know, she's not like a full-on fucking progressive or whatever. I think she's changed, actually. Apparently her Twitter more recently is a bit more defensive of the EDL. She's saying the EDL have, let's see, banned the English Defence League, riots. The EDL hasn't existed for a decade. What does she talk about these days? Oh, she retweets Tommy Robinson. Oh, well. And Farage. Damn, she properly shifted. Look at this fucking slam from 5 years ago. Whew. Why is she attacking me? What? She's gone woke. No, I think she was slightly more woke and now she's less. Yeah. Let's see. What is this? Assassination of... No, we'll do... That's nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now. Later. Later! Okay. It is stupid to think this actually won't do much to ceasefire negotiations. I don't think anyone believes that Haniyeh was trying to negotiate a ceasefire in good faith, ever. But it's true that he is seen, at least by Hamas's standards, which is, you gotta keep that in mind. He is seen as someone who is, like, more moderate than people like Sinwar, but that means, like, when they say moderate, that means more just like that Haniyeh actually does international PR and does international, like, liaising with international allies. Like, he was the one who helped to rebuild Hamas's connections with Iran and with Hezbollah, like, because he's kind of, yeah, that's why he's seen as the more diplomatic person. Yeah. Chud was going off on EDL geeks today. Wait, is this because of the stabbing? Is that why? Does this not go back to the point that Muslim grooming gangs are probably a lot more preventable than white grooming gangs, i.e. better regulations on immigration? No. I don't think so. I don't think, because I'm pretty sure a lot of these Muslim gangs were second generation immigrants. I think that was the case, wasn't it? Like, if you try to emigrate to the UK and they have a fucking inkling that you might be a rapist, they're probably not going to let you in the country. We do have checks and balances to get into the UK, especially under 14 years of a conservative government, and a prevent strategy that came before then and was kept up. So, but if your suggestion is that we just stop all Muslims coming in because it's not worth any of them coming in and raping, well, then just stop all men coming in, because the majority of people who abuse children in the UK are not Muslim. They're men. They're white. They're fucking Asian. They're Arab. They're East Asian. They're pretty varied. Mostly white though. Anyway, hang on.
They get their law.
Does the UK publish detailed race crime stats? One of the flaws with a lot of earlier research was that lots of offenders did not have their ethnicities recorded, unless they were foreign. Yeah. So, or just not at all, actually. Sometimes not even if they were foreign or not. So, no, that used to be a big problem, but I think the government have made measures to avoid that now. It's also actually, it's not men that come from specific countries. Kool-Aid, Discord or ban. You're wrong. You're wrong. Most groomers are white in the UK. Sorry. Like, Stop giving birth to white men, and you eliminate most of the child grooming in the UK. Per capita, that's disputed. We don't know. We actually don't know per capita. There are a handful of studies that were very small, and they even admitted themselves that they were limited because of bad data on ethnicity, and because of a lot of them don't even compare the demographics of the abusers or the perpetrators to the demographics of the communities that their stats came from. So the Home Office has literally said this. The Home Office has said that like any research that we have had so far, usually like over 10, 15 years old, they even say themselves that you shouldn't draw national averages from them. Now, it might be the case. Stop saying, hey, Guthrie, if you're going to say cope, okay, show me some counter evidence or fucking get out. Like, sorry. I know that your opinions are just completely formed by the fact that you've seen lots of headlines with brown people's faces on it. That is not research. That is not data. It's emotional fucking, like soying, basically. It's like, it's emotional evidence. Like, you're better than that. Stop, okay? Give me something or get banned. Me-cell, okay. Okay, okay. Evidence is there. Oh, okay, ban. What evidence is there? If it was there, you'd show me. You would reference something. You don't just say, it's there. Actually, no. What you're saying is wrong. What you believe is false. The evidence is there. Dipshit. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. Out of interest, has Tommy Robinson ever spoken about this? He might have had an interest to say about it after he left, but when this senior member of the EDL was jailed for abusing a 10-year-old. Grooming. Was this ever... lead figure in the Lee Rigby campaign?
Over our country.
I just think like that is probably just it's just interesting because it's one of the most like irrational, emotionally driven claims that I've ever seen come out of the right wing. And that's actually saying quite a lot, because it's literally like fully functional adult human beings saying, look at this because photographs, like their evidence is photographs. They have not based their claims on any research. It's just like, we don't really care about sexual abuse unless it's being done by Muslims. That's it. Again, if anyone, like, I'm not going to take fucking sea lining in chat, okay? Because people are so stupid on this discussion. If you want to come in and talk about it and actually show me, like, why you believe what you believe about Muslim fucking grooming gangs, go ahead, okay? But I can't be fucked sitting around, like, dealing with this nonsense, because I'm trying to, like, have a rational discussion with people who only have the position they have because they saw a bunch of pictures in newspaper articles with brown faces on them. And then they also go on to continue to assert that the mainstream media covers up grooming gangs, even though their entire fucking evidence base is based on pictures of people in the newspapers, in the mainstream media. Ooh. So what was this stabbing? Are the EDL involved in that as well? Did they riot afterwards or what? Oh. Southport. This is the kids who were killed, no? London Rape Review 2019. Third time I said it, page 20. London Rape Review. Is this what the fuck is that rape review? There's actually a thing called Rape Review, London Gov UK. Okay. Where's this from? 2016, 2019. Oh, 2019. Okay. Wait, what? A review of cases from 2016. Page 20. Oh, is it demographics of suspects? Male, 99%. Oh, what I said about men. Okay. White, 43. Black, 35. Asian, 19. Projected population. So white and Asian are underrepresented, black over. What is this supposed to prove? Because Muslims would go here. Rape frequently took place in the context of domestic abuse. Asian victims, survivors, and suspects were overrepresented in cases involving domestic abuse. Okay. 17% of all rapes were reported in response to the dash questions asked by the police when attending a domestic abuse call. This form of reporting was related to higher victim withdrawal rate. In the majority of cases, the victim survivor knew the perpetrator, and most offenses did not involve serious violence. Increase in non-recent reporting, with 27% of rapes being reported more than 1 year after the events. Third parties accounted for 2/5 of all reports and were most commonly supported services with family and friends. These reports were associated with lower... What is this supposed to prove? Suspects is funny because foreigners are more likely to be accused of rape, abuse, etc. Well, they're more likely to be... but people dispute this as well, even though, like, the prevent strategy is a really good indication of how the fact that Muslims are targeted by the state much more aggressively because of counterterrorism laws. But for Rotherham, and even the J report that all these right wingers like to cite because none of them ever fucking read it, the J report from Rotherham said that one of the issues was that the people who were in charge of community relations from the police did not make any substantial effort to communicate with the Muslim community in that area. Like, they didn't have people who knew how to liaise with and interact with the Muslim community. So it was much more difficult for victims to come forward. It wasn't just a one-way thing. The police were massively negligent. But in terms of community relations, there's actually still one way because there's a police problem, is that they hadn't established good enough relations with the Muslim community to allow victims to come forward. Hmm. What is this supposed to prove? Doesn't the report say it was hushed by the Muslim community? The J report. Let me see. Mm. I don't recall them saying that. There are more cases, but unreported. Well, yeah, most people who are abused don't go to the police. Yeah, most people. PDF. If you can tell me what page that's on, you can just show me. I want to read the paragraph. It wouldn't even surprise me if that was part of it as well. In any kind of like conservative community, sexual abuse is often swept under the rug. Yeah. But that's why it would have benefited to have some kind of connection between the police and the community, because the police is not the Muslim community. But they had very little access to those groups. Lieutenant Colonel Bill Kilgore, hello?
What's up, dog?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. What about you?
Fine. Yeah?
That's great. That's great. That's great.
What's your
Dude,
story today?
I want you to take the Dudayev pill.
To take the Dude AF pill?
Yes. Have you heard of Dudayev? Do you know who he is?
No.
He was the first president of the Chechen Republic. You know, when the Chechen Wars in the 90s, all that shit.
Okay.
And the shit he says is fucking genius, dog. It's for real, so smart. Like he predicted like the war and all that kind of shit that's going on in Europe. It's all super fucking interesting.
Okay.
I really recommend you going into it. I can link you some shit if you wanna.
You can, but I can't promise I'll ever look at it. But it's very niche. But yeah, okay. Send me links and just hope and pray.
All right. Where do I send you the links? DM's open?
And click my name in DM. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
There you go. See you later.
Bye bye. Damn, short and sweet. Cool Kid. Thanks for the tier 2 sub. Wait, was Cool Kid actually sending me money after speaking all kinds of shit? Or is that Cool Aid? Thanks for the sub. Why are you giving me money when you're being a cunt? Is this like good cop, bad cop, but it's one person? What? You trying to get in Discord? Just pulling your leg. Okay. I was arguing with a mate. She was saying that sex-based crimes are disproportionate within the Muslim community. No, even the bad research or the incomplete research doesn't say that. What the fuck are you talking? Like, there is some research. There's like 4 or 5 very small, very limited, self-admittedly limited studies that say that there's a varied overrepresentation of Muslims in, they say South Asians, because like Pakistanis and shit, when it comes to abuse of children. Some studies do say that. What they also say is that like police data is atrocious when it comes to ethnicity and crime, and that they didn't have good enough methodologies for checking demographics of communities versus the demographics of the crimes, because obviously different communities have different Muslim populations. But they all talk about group abuse. As for individual abuse, it's pretty much open and shut, that it's like the demographics are fairly balanced across groups. But group abuse is only like, it's like less than 10% of all sexual abuse of children. Most pedos don't abuse kids as part of a fucking gang, right? Yeah. Others believe there was wholesale denial. Others. Fuck me. Oh, this. Representative women's groups. Well, this is why. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was a problem where the police did not have good access to to the Muslim community, because there were sections of the Muslim community that probably would have had information that they were willing to share with the police, but they couldn't get a hold of it. Yeah, this is pretty much what my understanding was. Yeah. Too much reliance on traditional community leaders. Yeah. What's the full paragraph? Issues of ethnicity related to child sexual exploitation have been discussed in other reports, including the Home Affairs Select Committee report and the report of the Children's Commissioner. Within the council, we found no evidence of children's social care staff being influenced by concerns about the ethnic origins of suspected perpetrators when dealing with individual child protection cases, including CSE. Okay, so the social care staff are off the hook completely, even in the J report. In the broader organizational context, however, there was a widespread perception that messages conveyed by some senior people in the council and also the police were to downplay the ethnic dimensions of CSE. This one was true because of some senior people. Now, the difference is that I think the senior people in the police they're talking about, I think one of them was either the superintendent or a commissioner or something. And he was basically saying this in response to allegations that the police had failed victims. And it's again, you can't prove it because of why they're saying what they're saying. But to me, it looked a lot like someone who was basically caught being negligent and decided to think he could get a bit more leeway by blaming it on political correctness. Because when they talk about frontline staff appearing to be confused as to what they were supposed to do to be interpreted as racist, I don't think this was shared by the entirety of the staff. There were some people who said this, there were others who didn't. Because the more consistent problem with Rotherham police was that they're really shit at dealing with abuse, even before Muslims were in the community. It's like a decades-long problem. Anyway, yeah. Okay, whatever. Fucking. So what happened in Southport that involves the EDL? Riots? So there were riots. Why were there were riots after the stabbings, okay? Merseyside. Four arrests with violent disorder broke out in the streets of Southport. Far-right protesters throwing bricks and bottles outside a mosque. It comes as the force is given more time to question the suspect in the Southport knife attack in which 3 young girls were killed and 8 more children injured at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class. The 17-year-old, who is from Lancashire and was born in Cardiff but has not been named because of his age, remains in custody, having been arrested on suspicion of murder and attempted murder. Police can apply to hold a suspect in serious cases for up to 96 hours without charge. Meanwhile, members of the community in Southport have been clearing up after suspected far-right supporters rioted and attacked a mosque following a peaceful vigil for the young victims of the brutal knife attack. Police accused individuals who do not live in Merseyside or care about its people for using lies and disinformation around the suspect's identity to bring violence and disorder to our streets, in which paramedics said 39 police officers were injured. So is there, born in Cardiff, again, you could be a second generation migrant, but is there any evidence? Where's the evidence that this killer was, did they think he was Muslim? Is that why they did it? They injured how many cops? 39. Bro, what the fuck happened? I'm sorry, if you're a fucking conservative, like, why the fuck do you defend this? This is like the most anti-law and order fucking shit.
The level of violence that was shown towards my officers. This is the same officers who've been supporting this community for the last 4...
Why do I feel like Northern English people all have the same face?
48 hours. Some of the first responders who attended that awful scene on Monday and then were faced with that level of violence. This is not Southport. This is not the communities of Merseyside. This is a close-knit, family-type community who were there at the vigil to share fellowship, show their respect, grieve, speak to each other about those terrible events and just show the families of those little girls.
Rebecca Long Bailey, yeah, she looks like isn't she from Merseyside? Is that the Liverpool area or Manchester? Those two cities are really close to each other. I don't know.
How much this has impacted on them, and yet that turned to a night of violence, and I'm just disgusted and appalled.
What do you think the motive was of those troublemakers last night?
They were there purely for hooliganism and thuggery, in terms of bringing that level of violence and that behaviour onto the streets of Southport, and that's not what this community is about. We saw the very best of that community last night at the vigil. We've seen the very best of this community this morning when they've all been pulling together to support each other, to put right the damage that has been done. That is not what this community is about.
You said they will feel the full force of the law. Have you arrested any of those rioters?
A number of arrests were made last night, but the investigation has already started into those offenders who were responsible. They absolutely will feel the full force of the law. I've got a full investigation team on this now, and we will continue until we have identified as many of those offenders as possible, and they will feel the full force of the law. And just to reassure the communities of Southport, who I am sure are really worried about, are we going to see this again tonight? What's going to happen? The communities of Merseyside, in terms of the intelligence out there, we are absolutely planning for this evening and for the weekend ahead. We are being really well supported from police forces across the northwest to make sure we have got sufficient resources so that we don't see a repeat of last night.
All right, what did Tommy say about it?
Before anyone starts condemning the angry English men up in Southport, ask yourself this: what do you fucking expect them to do?
What do you fucking expect them to do when I fucking lie about them and tell them fucking grooming Muslims and shit? Jesus Christ, bro.
Message of our police force sent: they run away in Leeds.
True. What do you expect people who listen to Tommy Robinson to do when Tommy Robinson lies through his fucking teeth about everything and gives them all the fucking bullshit that they need and fuels them up with fucking hatred to the point that they feel like they want to riot against the cult? Yeah, I wonder why. This is the cunt, by the way, who says that like 80% of fucking girls who are raped are done so by Muslims. Like, he's a fucking monster, yeah. With no evidence, obviously.
You run away from the Romanians. You've got your dogs out tonight on the lads, didn't you? You run away. What message do you send when you said there was no evidence against the Muslim lads who kicked the fuck out of 3 police officers? You said there's no evidence and you let them off because you were shit scared because they get violent. So what message have you sent to the British public? You're going to bring total anarchy to this country because you're basically telling people whoever's loudest, whoever riots, gets heard. Well, the British need hearing. You've allowed people into our towns and cities that are raping their way through our towns. They're murdering our kids, left, right and centre. Women are being raped daily across every city in our country from the fuckers that you've brought in.
I can't. Why would this happen? Why would it happen? Why would people riot against? Why would people be Islamophobic when I tell them that all the fucking rapes that are happening in the UK are being done by first-generation Muslim immigrants? Like, what? Damn. I suppose. Actually, you know what? If the British government were actually just bringing in a bunch of fucking rapey men to the country, yeah, maybe you would be mad. Yeah, I wonder why. But if it's not true, well, then Tommy Robinson just looks like a propagandist, hack, fuck, thug, knuckle dragger piece of shit. What's your POV? Rotherham, for example, was mostly Muslim perpetrators. Do you agree that was right? Confluence, for fuck's sake, how difficult is it to talk about national statistics and averages versus one community? Yeah, you know, like ethnic minority groups in most countries will tend to group together. So when crimes that are typically committed by ethnically homogenous groups, white, black, Asian, whatever, when those happen, yeah, there will be some cases when group abuse is committed by Muslims. That's just what happens, right? And it's the case with white people as well. When there are pedophile rings like Jimmy Savile and fucking Rolf Harris, whoever the fuck, all these cunts, like, yeah, they do it as well. And those people are usually white. But notice how that 80,000 fucking charges for child abuse happen like every year in the UK. Tens of thousands of them. For group abuse, it's a few thousand people who are charged with these crimes. the only time they ever are guaranteed to have a bunch of their fucking photographs and their mugshots smashed across all the newspapers is if they're Muslim. Like, the mainstream media loves a story about fucking group abuse when it's being done by Muslims because it gets them viewers, because people gobble that shit up, because they care more when it's being done by Muslims. It's not statistical, though. It's fair to look at group abuse. Again, conflicts. If you want to show me that there is, like, good evidence that there's a problem with, like, specifically imported group abuse cases, then just show me. Like, not case studies of a crime that is committed by, like, thousands of people a year, because that gets you fucking nowhere. Oh, God.
Open our borders when you worry. Your care needs to be about our kids. You care more for Afghanis, Somalis, Eritreans, Syrians, Pakistanis. You care more for them. You put them up. You house them. They're a danger to us. They're a danger to our country, and you give more of a fuck about them.
Oh, do you think it's fair to focus on imported issues rather than the general CSA issues that happen to your citizens? In what way? Like, why? When you talk, like, what's the sociological benefit or the criminological benefit from saying that? Like, yeah, if you want to look at how crimes, like, you can tell you, here's what you want to do, right? If you want to say that the way that different ethnic groups commit particular crimes based on their just like general cultural practices and the way that they socialize with each other and the way that they congregate in their communities might be different. Yeah, that's true. That's quite true. But that's not the claim anyone tries to make. And even the fucking conservatives who only commissioned this report, by the way, to kowtow to dickheads like Tommy Robinson. They did a whole report on this in 2020. And the person who commissioned it even said, we're going to go after grooming gangs, like, in this report. And the report found that there was not good evidence to suggest that Muslims were overrepresented, that the majority of grooming was actually done by white people. The Robinson Steelman is, look, we have crime already from citizens here. We need to be extra careful to not bring more crime from other countries. Nah, bullshit. This country needs immigration confluence. And if you're going to have immigrants, you're going to have criminals. Now, if there was a country where 20% of the immigrants were criminals, that'd be a big problem, right? But typically, when you're looking at gang problems from different ethnic minorities, we already have evidence of and stories of how we've dealt with this in the past, right? The mafia committed a fuck ton of, like, disproportionate levels of crime. We didn't go after Italian, or the Americans, I don't think they went after Italian immigration, or they went after fucking the Italian community as a whole, because the people were clever enough to realize that this is a very small portion of that community committing an incredibly disproportionate amount of crime, and that was what they focused on. That sounds like such a bullshit statement. What makes a country need immigration? The fact that we have an aging population and the fact that we have services that demand people who have like particular skills in numbers that we don't have here. Yeah. Even Reform UK admits this, you fucking idiot. Every like immigration agency in the fucking world. And if you want to be a country that just says, oh, why do we need people from different countries to come work here? Well, go and live in fucking Japan and tell us how well that goes.
Than you do about British children. You are endangering our country. You're endangering every one of us and our families by housing men you know nothing about across our country, and to top it all off, we're paying for it. So before people get on quick...
So you just need cheap labor. I'm sorry, is the NHS propped up by cheap labor? Are we like underpaying fucking immigrant staff in the NHS? Are we just bringing them in for fucking like £5 an hour to work in their scrubs and shit?
And condemn the angry men, that anger is justified. Okay? I'm surprised this took this long. And with your two-tier cowardice policing, you've actually encouraged the scenes you see tonight. You've done this. The government have done this. The police have done this. Your absolute cowardice has resulted in this. Children being...
Wildlife UK live stream. Is this how he ban evades?
Butchered and murdered. And the problem is, no one can believe a word you say.
Why not have more children? Okay, Dixie, lay out your proposal. Where do you guys come from? Is this when I noticed this in Israel? This isn't like Israeli people, like Israelis trying to talk about Europe, right? My God, I have never seen so much fucking collective retardation than hearing Israelis talk about European politics. I don't know why. It's just the fucking default for Israelis to get all their information on European politics from people like fucking Melanie Phillips and Douglas Murray and all these people who just believe that fucking Islam is destroying Europe and shit. That was so fucking anyway.
Because you continuously lie. Everything's a lie from you. No one trusts you. No one trusts your media. The entire nation is about a break.
Oh yeah, just have more children. Yeah, okay, go on. What's your state policy to mandate bigger families?
Down because of your foolish, weak, cowardly leadership. Stop the fucking boats. Get them out of them hotels. Get them gone.
Oh yeah, the hotels are like mostly closed now as well. The hotel thing was so stupid. Yeah, it's all right.
Them on boats and send them back. Okay? They shouldn't be here. They're endangering the safety of our families. Men will rise up.
You're strawmanning everyone's argument. Few here are saying no immigration. People want careful immigration or well-educated. Confluence, we had 14 years of a conservative government. What do you think immigration control is like in the UK? Do you think they're not vetting people? What do you think is happening? If most of the crime issues come from second-generation immigrants, and that's only in their communities, by the way. Like, again, crime is a fucking local problem as well. Fuck me. Oh, God. I think confidence, it's just sea lioning, okay? Unless if you're going to say this, we need safer immigration controls, okay? We need more vetting for criminals because clearly they're committing too much crime to make me comfortable. Just fucking, then show me a policy. Show me a country with better vetting practices for like letting immigrants into the country that would still meet our like economic needs and welfare service needs, and just go for that.
They're always going to rise up. They have to rise up to defend their families. You've brought this war on our shores. You've brought danger on our shores. You cowards. So that anger you're seeing, and that's just before people condemn them. Yeah, don't call them hooligans. They're justified in their anger. Yes, there's a better way to do it, but they don't see no better way. Because you know what? The government have told them we only listen to rioters, we listen to violence. That's the message that's been sent by these bastards in control. And these weak police forces. I bet they're not as weak tonight. And no doubt they're out protecting. Anyway, that's my little rant for the night, because it's fucking frustrating.
How many crimes has Tommy Robinson committed? Anyway, whatever. Fucking retard. Okay. What an unbelievable piece of shit. Okay. Right. Apparently, Ryan Macbeth did a video about this. Okay. Okay. Disinformation and Southport. Okay, what are we saying? 4 minutes.
What kind of misinformation is coming out of the tragedy in Southport, England? Now, first I have to say this is probably going to be a Substack exclusive. If by some miracle of God this ends up on YouTube, you can go to ryanmacbeth.substack.com for the uncensored version. Thank you to all my Substack subscribers who give me $5 every month to support my work. Second, I'm sorry for the video quality. I think I am in the darkest hotel room ever at LAX airport. I don't know what this is, a hotel room for vampires or something, but let's get started. The name Ali al-Shaqati started to spread online as the identity of the attacker. So I plugged that name, Ali al-Shaqati, into Cyabra, which is a social media threat detection tool. And I had identified an account called Weldon Girl or Fairbrit as the origin of the name, but then I did a little more digging. And there was a woman named Kathleen Denkinson from the Times Radio who identified the source of the tweet. And this just happened to be a fake news channel called Channel 3 Now. And I have to start by saying that Kathleen Denkinson did an excellent job uncovering this, and all the credit goes to her, 100%. Now, what's interesting is the tweet from Channel 3 Now has since been deleted which is why it wasn't showing up first. But the damage has already been done. There's already been anti-immigrant rallies in the UK, and of course that was the intention of this fake news tweet.
If this is all based on a tweet, are you fucking joking? Hang on, wait.
To Cyabra, which is a social media threat detection tool. And I had identified an account called Weldon Girl or Fairbrit as the origin of the name, but then I did a little more digging. And there was a woman named Kathleen Denkinson from the Times Radio who identified the source of the tweet. And this just happened to be a fake news channel called Channel 3 Now.
Oh.
And I have to start by saying that Catherine Denkinson did an excellent
Now.
job uncovering this, and all the credit goes to her, 100%. Now, what's interesting is the tweet from Channel 3 Now has since been deleted, which is why it wasn't showing up first. But the damage has already been done. There's already been anti-immigrant rallies in the UK, and of course that was the intention of this fake news tweet. Unless it wasn't. And I'll get to that. Now, from the original tweet, there were a few things that kind of smell.
17-year-old Ali al-Shikati wait, from Rwanda? Wait, am I being insanely fucking retarded? Because I've only read the bits of the Rwandan genocide case. Wait, hang on. They said he was Rwandan. Who said he was Rwandan? No, they just said a name. The Rwanda thing would have come outside of this tweet. Okay, never mind. Oh, God. Yeah, Rwanda is like... it's got a lower proportion of Muslims than the UK does. Rwanda's majority Christian. You wouldn't be called Ali al-Shikati if you're from Rwanda, would you? Would you? Wait. Hang on. Whatever, let's just see.
First off, in the UK, a 17-year-old is considered to be a minor, and the police are not allowed to release a minor suspect's name. Second, the name Ali al-Shikati is engineered to sound like a Muslim name. But on the Kalamata, Big Shwaya Shwaya, and this isn't a common name. In fact, some people were saying the name al-Shikati meant my apartment. I mean, maybe the word for apartment is Shikata, so okay. Now the third thing that smells is the text, Ali al-Shikati was on an MI6 watch list, and that's a little bit strange. MI6 is a...
They're foreign. Oh no.
Foreign intelligence agency. That's the agency James Bond worked for. MI5 is a domestic intelligence agency. So if this guy was on a watch list, it would have been MI5, not MI6. The rumor also spread that the attacker was from Rwanda, which is kind of weird as well, because most Rwandans are Christian. There's only like 2% of the population of Rwanda is a Muslim. Now, it's not impossible for a Muslim to travel from Rwanda to England, but it's not super likely. So I actually went to the channel3now.com website where you can find the link below. And here's what's interesting. There are no names associated with articles on the website. All the articles simply say Channel 3 Now staff. There's no phone number, there's no address, only a contact page and an email address.
Born in Wales and the son of a Rwandan immigrant. Okay. He could have converted. Okay. So what you usually do is, if there's a bit of information out there that is causing riots against a population that is primed to take special interest in crimes when it's being committed by Muslims, you can't just say, oh, maybe, could have. Bro, fucking Jack Stevens from Cunthorpe, who stabbed his wife after a football match, could have converted to Islam 10 minutes before he did it. But that's not really, you probably need a bit more information than that, than just what could have been, okay? Could have, you can go a long way with could have, okay? I could have not fucked your mom before going on stream, but that's just not true. It's just not facts, okay?
But you know what there are? There are a lot of ads. So, you know how I tend to go...
Didn't the pro-Hamas marches you had in London a litmus test for it? For what? No. Like, Okay, let's just first of all, this as far as the disinformation thing goes, let's back up a little bit. Let's assume it's all true. A 17-year-old Muslim kid who was born in North Wales committed murder of 3 people or 4 or whatever. Yeah, he stabbed some people, stabbed some kids. Does that justify rioting against like the Muslim community? Does it justify rioting at all? Does that justify stopping Muslim immigration or what? The fuck? Race war? Tommy Robinson? Come on.
After Russian misinformation sites that are designed to stoke division. Based on all the ads, I think this is a fake news site that's designed to sell outrage, to sell ad views. I mean, look at this. It is difficult to tell which is the ad and which is the article. So this is a new low, exploiting tragedy to sell ads.
Damn.
Again, shout out to Catherine Denkinson of Times Radio who first figured this out. And thank you guys.
You can't say the frustration out of nowhere. Yeah, okay, I agree. Listen, Ron WW, I will absolutely 100% agree that the frustration is out of nowhere. If you concede that it has a little bit, at least, to do with racism. As soon as you admit that to me, I will, I'll talk about whatever you want to, okay? Anything.
So much for watching.
Okay. You're welcome, Ryan. Banger thumbnail. Wait, did I not change it? Am I still using the Better Call Saul one? Oh, shit. Are you talking about the last stream? You are, yeah. Racism would be against Asians or the race, not the religion. All right, Dixie, you deserve to get banned. For that, I'm no longer humoring this kind of fucking retardation. I don't even think it's stupid. I think it's deliberately fucking like time-wasting dishonesty. You are literally the same level as cunts who say, well, you know, Middle Eastern people are Semitic, so they can't be anti-Semitic. You can't call the Hamas Charter of 1987 anti-Semitic because it was written by Semites. Can't do it. It's not allowed. It's illegal. Well, yes, welcome. Let's discuss the philosophy of language, okay? Can we do you want to discuss language with do you want to discuss the philosophy of language and why it's okay to call anti-Muslim bigots racists, even though Islam is not a race? There's actually a really good professor who spoke about this once. It's a really interesting professor who spoke about this issue. Okay, you ready?
Move over, because me coming through, and this is what me and we're going to do. I'm going to punch you in the head, I kick you in the face, because I am the king of the whole Islam race! No matter where I've...
The Islam what? The Islam race, what? What race is Islam? Islam's not a race. What the fuck? Tommy used to make this argument. The king of the Islam, what? It's almost as if the literal definition of a word and the way that we actually practice it in social interaction are not the same thing. It's almost as if words are quite flexible in the way that we use them. It's almost like the meaning of a word is in its use, not in its definition, not in its literal definition, okay? Oh god, you guys are so fucking stupid. I just said it has a racist aspect. Can we talk about the actuality of it? Yeah, come in Discord if you want. New video is ready to go live once you go offline. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Your streams and reactions remind me of Vosh in 2019-2020 as a compliment. Oh, that's nice. I liked Vosh in 2019-2020. I was a big fan. You call me homophobic, yet it is gay people who are afraid of me. Bro. Don't call Hamas homophobic. Because it's actually the gays who are afraid of Hamas. Good one. Good memes. Not the Borg with a meme. Okay. Okay, go to site. So are you saying you can't criticize a religion? That's exactly what I said, Pop Fusion. That's exactly what I said. Did he get fucking... That was by his own guy. That was friendly fire. Fuck. Is that a fucking brick? He got whacked in the head. Thrusting. Twice. Two things. Two objects. Two foreign objects. Foreign objects. He's never coming back from this now. There's one right to the fucking titty. Another one to the back of the head. Now here comes the money shot. That's a fucking brick. Oh my god. Fucking hell. Medic. Medic. We bonked our own guy in the knob. We bonked our own geezer in the cock. Grey geezer down. Don't laugh, he could be a firefighter. What a fucking blockhead. Human shields. Oh my god. What's the what's the caption for this? There has to be a caption. There has to be a tweet. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I have no fucking sympathy for this. What the fuck, man? What? The cops arrested the kid. Like, even if he was Muslim, the cops arrested him. That was a Muslim brick. The same guy moments earlier. Oh shit. Okay, we got to think of captions. I don't know. There's a joke in here. There's definitely a joke in here. Limmy. I know he did a little twerk before he got bricked. Yeah. How it started, how it's going? Really? Yeah. The great geezer of return. Did the guy who threw the brick donate $15 to Dems? Jesus Christ. Yeah, because they crashed a vigil, didn't they? There was a vigil for the kids, and they fucking started rioting. When the pro-Palestinian mob was doing that, you couldn't see a cop in sight. Ron WW, you have about 5 minutes to find me a video of the pro-Palestinian mob in the UK throwing fucking bricks. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? It's not like a couple of bad apples. All the fucking bricks going our way. Bricks. All over the fucking shop. I'm not talking about throwing bricks. No, you are absolutely talking about throwing bricks because you're talking about there not being any police there. Police tend to increase their numbers at an event and in proportion to the threat, to the physical threat. When did the pro-Palestinian shitters, not to defend a lot of their speech and their slogans and shit like that, I'm sorry, when did they, even the amount of violence in this fucking 20-second clip, when did they do this in the UK? If they did, look, this is the police, right? It's not even that many of them. But these rioters they're throwing fucking bricks. What the fuck? The AI summary, viewers are reacting to a video of a police officer getting hit repeatedly with bricks by his teammates during a training exercise. Fuck me. What the fuck? Human shields. Bro. Why is World War III trending today? I mean, it's not far off, is it? It's so good, man. What the fuck? But yeah, these guys were. Oh, wait, this is in the daytime though? Was it in was it in the daytime when they were having that vigil for the 3 dead kids? Like, this is over a disinfo tweet, bro. Fuck me. First they came for the geezers. There's just like there has to be something that you can say. Like there has to be a joke about him about that much fucking friendly fire. What is that? It's a racist geezer. Yeah, taking a brick to the balls. You know, some shitter did that on purpose. What? There's a double agent in there who decided to just friendly fire his own guys. Love me rioting. That throw was too accurate. Well, it was too accurate for someone to have done it on purpose, you mean? Like, what the... You think someone... who the fuck is practicing throwing a brick? You think someone was like, I'm gonna get that guy in the nuts. I'm gonna get that guy in the fucking jewels with my, I'm gonna get that guy in the bobby with a fucking brick. And make it look like an accident. Bro. You don't know his oh yeah, to be fair, probably it's probably the case that like his that 3 of his relatives got fucking abused by Muslim gangs. Probably. It's probably what happened. It's the only explanation for people hating Muslims in the UK. And fighting with cops. Man getting hit by a brick, totally ripped off from The Simpsons. Hans Molman and man getting hit by football. Hey, thanks for the €5, Jack O'Lantern. Appreciate that. Copy video address, okay. 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 Oh, what a tangent. Didn't expect to talk about that today. The fuck? Hello, President Sunday. Your account's been suspended for violating the X rules. Violent speech. I'm going to help you out, gay fesh. A threat would be expressing an intent to do something to you. I hope that helps, and also that you somehow suffer dysentery through your nose. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Critical support for President Sunday. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bro, they're just a fucking circular firing squad at this point. It's like, ugh. Oh. I think there's actually, I think it's probably a, I don't know. I know about Haniyeh getting marked. That's it. You mean murked. It's a stupid thing to suspend someone for. It's like a... what else are they doing? I'm so annoyed you and History Speaks aren't friends. Jamie, I'm really sorry, but like if you can't see the fucking transparent dishonesty in someone like History Speaks, I can't help you. I don't know. The guy is such a... Like, I was nice to him at various phases, and he just would not stop fucking aggressing on me. Like, I can even like look at my DMs with him and look at these kind of points where even when he called into that Anything Else podcast, I started kind of like trying to like be a bit more moderate and trying to fucking like point out where I thought that he was right about something and Destiny wasn't. And he just wouldn't stop. He just keeps fucking flipping and going off on one. Like he's just, yeah, he's mental. He's mental. He's too much. He's too much. His commentary is pretty good. You know what? It might be. I just don't care because he's fucking insane. And he's damaging himself by doing that. Okay. Are they speaking English? Yeah, we have many dialects in our country, okay? Are you going to cover Venezuelan elections? Nah. Not my area. If I have any like kind of gaps in my work that I can just do a bit of reading on it, we'll go far straight ahead, but otherwise. Apparently Chud Logic was popping off at his chat for the EDL stuff. Is that right? What happened there? Does anyone have a timestamp? He's still streaming. How was he scrapping with his chat over the EDL? Does he have EDL guys in his community? Oh no. Poor guy. If that's true, I don't know. Where is it? Charlie, Moist Critical, Mutahar.
Shadman stuff in order to...
Shadman, I don't even know any of this shit. Is it down at the beginning? Oh, it's at the beginning. Wait, what's this? Ed Balls.
You can even talk about Muslims, even though it doesn't really fit in this case. Kind of violence, no matter what the reason, no matter what the purpose, no matter what the cause. Everything's bigger over there. Is that not an RV? Okay, I don't fucking know. I don't know all about this shit, okay?
What are we saying?
Soy vehicle.
Soy vehicle.
But yeah, that's what my kids are saying tonight, apparently, somewhere.
Soy on wheels.
They're very excited about it. I'm going to people I think of when I get stepping on the graves of chill up for having a conversation, a discourse about the issues with some of the stuff that comes with immigration and stuff. Apparently, actually, it's so fucking insane to me how as long as the skin color of the people that got us, yeah, okay, I don't fucking know. I don't know all about this shit. Okay.
Okay, should go from here. It sounds like it starts here.
But yeah, that's what my my kids are staying in tonight. Apparently, somewhere. They're very excited about it. So anyway, it means that I'm free to stream today. Obviously, you know, it's yeah, guys, I'm gonna actually talk about the Southport stuff a bit because honestly, it is so fucking insane to me how as long as the skin color of the people that is committing violence in a city is white, somehow it becomes acceptable all of a sudden. Bro, I am losing my fucking mind over the rightoid cope, you know, that are like downplaying or acting like, oh yeah, it's totally normal to just have a fucking riot because some kids got murdered. They're not good lads. You are exactly the kind of despicable subhuman rightoid that I think of when I get annoyed about this stuff, right? Okay? They killed 3 kids. Listen, I know, and that's bad, but it doesn't justify a fucking riot in the place that it happened. Do you genuinely... I'm sure the fucking Browns the other day that did a riot were angry about what they were angry about. Doesn't make it justified to do the fucking violence.
Like, can you imagine if Muslims did a fucking mass riot after... What'd you call it? Can you imagine if the Muslims like did a riot after Muhsin Ahmed was murdered? No one knows about this story, by the way. No one knows that in Rotherham, because of the shit that the fucking EDL were saying about Muslims around this time when that story broke, that they were just generalizing the entire Muslim community because of the crimes of like a handful of people in that city. That one guy, one like fucking elderly gardener was fucking murdered outside of his house by 2 people who accused him of being a groomer. He was 81. How the fuck, who are you grooming when you're 81 and shit? This guy hadn't done anything. And no one knows the story. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Anyway, oh God. Gerald Friedburn, thanks for the $9.99. You need to see Japanese riots. Let's go. 60-year-olds. No, group abuse of children is mostly committed by people aged between 20 and 30. It's younger people who do it.
You are stepping on the graves of children to push your political...
Hello.
Hello. So, one of the cacks in the moderation has muted me for absolutely unknown and unforeseen reason.
Don't say wait. Don't say unknown. Can you guess?
No, I cannot have the slightest guess.
Okay. Did you say anything racist today? This is your process of elimination. Okay.
No, I assure you.
Okay. Did you say anything homophobic? Or that could be construed.
What? No, I never said.
Okay, that's fine. We're eliminating. Did you say anything? Did you say anything that could be considered transphobic?
I never say such things.
Did you say anything that could be considered misogynistic?
Absolutely, yes.
So for unknown reasons?
Look, me and Shadon are friends. So I believe a little bit of misogyny between us is not harmful.
All right.
Yeah.
Would she say that?
Would she say what?
What you just said. Maybe she would. Like, the closer people are, the more people can be like engage in a bit of fucking like bigoted humor with each other. Yeah, that's very obvious. What would she say that? Would she attest to what you just said? You believe so? Okay.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, we've got your word. All right. Is she here? Is she in the stream?
No, let's ask for her or something.
Okay. Anyway, does that mean you can't come into the VC?
I can't for the time being.
Okay.
But we need to have because like Prometheus is in the VC.
Okay, so I need to unmute you for the VC, and then we can
mute me back.
We can figure out this situation now afterwards. Okay, all right.
Okay, so Scarlet found the way to break the matrix. You just need to be brown, so you have an immunity in the server.
Wow. I don't think this looks like immunity, though. Did he say why he's timed out?
Administrative detention for 2 months.
It's not really administrative detention. Like, there is a charge brought to you, right?
I mean, there's a charge, but no trial.
Okay.
No due process.
All right. We're not a fucking justice system. We're a Discord. Hang on. Where's the? How do you unmute someone? Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Okay.
I will have to disconnect here. Then
yeah, I got you. Nice one. Okay. Oh, did he just leave the waiting room? He just left. He just left the waiting room.
Okay, so I need to ask him back.
Okay.
Okay, he's back. Prometheus is back. I did not make those.
Hello, Prometheus.
He's muted his mic, so.
Yeah, he's a bit. He's some. Yeah. Okay, there we go. You sound very robot-y.
It doesn't sound at all.
I think he's trying to figure out.
Okay, take your time. No pressure on you.
Oh my god, is this really worth it?
Absolutely, yes.
Have you decided what you guys are
Need
talking
to show
about
him
yet?
that I don't have the slightest idea.
Okay.
But he's probably going to call me some sort of fucking Mossad agent and call it a day.
Nice.
So you know, it's the best kind of debate.
Oh, interesting. Well, we just got a notification in the Discord.
What's the notification?
It's Bambino
Oh
saying,
no!
"Don't believe Sundowner. I'm not okay with what he said." It's okay. You know, we're all grown
I hate
people
you,
at the end
Shadin.
of the day. All right.
You know what, Shadin? I am not sorry about what I said.
Wow. Spider King, hello.
Hello, Sundowner.
Oh, hello,
You can't
Shadin.
keep
You know,
saying
I mean, I said I'm not sorry.
get
I was
away with
actually joking. I'm
it,
very
friends, and you need to
deeply
stop being
sorry.
misogynistic to me. I'm not okay with this, and I've told you this 100 times already.
But you never told me. Okay, fine.
What do you mean? How many times have... Oh my god. No. Yeah, I'm not okay with this. Do not believe Sundowner. He... I just can't. Goodbye.
Okay.
Kind of running
No,
out
this
of
is the
reasons
first
to
time
believe
she
you
told
now.
me she's annoying. Look, this is the first time she told me she's not okay with it.
Ah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Shadin.
I need to leave you guys until you get this guy's mic working. You can let me know when it
Okay,
works. All right, take care.
shove us in the waiting room or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
going there.
Jesus. Oh God. Okay, let's keep watching, Chud. I'm gonna need to consider fucking some future Discord decisions. Maybe. Let's see. Prager Destiny debate. Hang on. I have things I want to cover. Where's the fucking Chud video? Here we go. All right.
Cool message, and it's fucking disgraceful.
We're still
Okay,
on
I do
EDL,
not agree
okay?
with it. I'm not fucking on board with it at all. Okay, I'm all up for having a conversation, a discourse about the issues with some of the stuff that comes with
Thanks for the £15, Michelle. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
immigration and stuff. Apparently, this lad was the son of immigrants from Rwanda or something, right? I'm all up for having a conversation and a discourse about it, but violence is not the fucking answer. Bro, how on earth does rioting in the place where it happened help anyone or anything? So you guys are so despicable to me. You're total fucking scum because you are totally fucking sidescocked on this, okay? You will look at a bunch of brown people rioting and call it out and correctly criticize it. But when it's some whites doing it and you think the reason is justified, all of a sudden you're like, oh, well, they're angry. Writing's the voice of the unheard. Fuck off, dude. It's fucking unreal. It's absolutely fucking unreal, bro. I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand it.
And people in chat, because they shouldn't be here,
It doesn't
one
matter how
causes the
justified
other.
the anger is. Rioting is not the answer. And people are like, oh, kids are dead. Yeah, you fucking retards who've gone and done it have made it worse because now people are talking about that rather than the actual despicable event that happened. Maybe don't go and fucking torch a town. If you want to protest peacefully, I'm all for it. But fuck me, dude.
Caleb the Cynic celebrates 1 month of membership. I seem to recall way more lefty riots around one guy dying. But the righties do it one time over 3 kids and suddenly Chud is so. Love you, Chud.
Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. Dude, I'm so not... If you thought that I was going to co-live and be like, yeah, it's basically just a riot for no discernible benefit, you're fucking retarded and you know nothing about what my thoughts on stuff are and you clearly aren't watching me enough and you need to watch me more, okay? And I'm extremely consistent on this, and I've been critical of any of this kind of violence, no matter what the reason, no matter what the purpose, no matter what the cause. I'm against it in all cases. It's insane. Name a riot. Name a riot that I've not condemned. Name an instance of civil, significant civil unrest that I've not condemned for what it is. Dude, it's shameful. And these people...
The riots against apartheid South Africa. Do it, Chud.
that are like, oh God, it's so disgusting to me. These poor grieving families, you know, that have had this tragic tragedy happen. And straight away, everyone is trying to turn it into their fucking political cause. You know, oh, don't trust the mainstream media. Meanwhile, here's a totally unverified piece of information from social media that says they came in on a boat, which turned out to not be true. Bro, it is I can't bear it, dude. I can't bear the retardation from some of these people. It's unbelievable. Anyway, let's watch a quick video about it.
Now, this morning's front pages are dominated by tributes and the photographs of those 3 beautiful young girls killed in the horrific attack in Southport on Monday.
Think of the backlash against people, boat people. Joe, you fucking brain-dead freak. What do you mean? It was...
Think of the backlash against peaceful boat people.
The community that got trashed. Nothing to do with a fucking boat person. What are you on about, dude? What are you talking about, you fucking insane freak? If they went and torched the fucking town and streets. What do you mean?
Enjoyed Taylor Swift-inspired dance and yoga workshop.
6-year-old BB King's parents paid tribute to their daughter, saying, "No words can describe the devastation that has hit our family as we try to deal with the loss."
Bro, the whole thing is fucking grotesque. This whole stabbing thing is horrendous. I struggle to engage with it fully because it's so tragic and upsetting to me personally as a father.
My little girl.
And then the head teacher of 7-year-old Elsie Stancombe said it is immensely difficult to put into words how amazing Elsie was in the impact that she had on those around her.
And the parents of 9-year-old Alice de Silva Aguirre said, "Keep smiling and dancing like you love to do, our princess. Like we said before to you, you're always our princess, and no one would change that."
It's amazing they found words at all to put to their feelings. It's just extraordinary. It's difficult to talk about. You can't imagine what those families are feeling. And the yoga teacher, of course, who was running the class, Leanne Lucas, she's been praised for her bravery, and she's in hospital with critical injuries. Of course, she ran in to protect the children, of course, as did a business owner who was in an office opposite. You know, just, it's absolutely...
Why are you in chat talking about Muslims? I don't understand why you're talking about Muslims. My understanding is this family who's, you know, the lad that did this, their parents are from Rwanda, which I believe is a highly Christian country, unless they're somehow Muslim and I don't know about it. What has this event got to do with Muslims?
Awful what she must be feeling if she knows anything at all and she's in hospital, and we wish her all well in getting better. Thousands of people, meanwhile, gathered at last night's emotional vigil to remember the victims and everybody who had been affected.
We're behind them 100%, and this should never ever have happened.
When it's your own town, it really does hit home.
Myself and my daughters were at the Manchester Arena bombing, at the Ariana Grande concert, and I feel like this community has come together in the same way as the Manchester community did as well. I think while humanity can be really evil at times, it can also be really beautiful.
We're joined now by the males, Andrew Pearce, and writer and broadcaster Nels Abbey. And I mean, for us standing there reading the tributes to the little girls and their parents, it's almost impossible to read them. And just thinking how heartbreaking and appalling for the parents who've had to...
This Chad leftist. I think he's got mostly left opinions, but he also... not always. He definitely has a bit of the... When you people are like anti-woke, but like yeah, right. Besides that, though, fuck. Oh God, I think we're gonna have to. You're gonna have to make some Discord decisions. It's really annoying, but oh fuck, man. I think we're gonna have to make some Discord decisions. Because I think the problem is like there's a bad message you send when people can like get away with pushing boundaries, like just because they're like funny or like clever or like yeah yeah.
To write them down, it's beyond belief, isn't it?
Yeah, and agonising, and the whole community is devastated. This will...
Can I debate Sundowner on whether or not he hates women? Well, like in the VC. If you want, yeah. Because I think I'm yeah, I don't know. I'm getting a little bit fucking, getting a little bit pushed. I don't know. Fuck.
Last forever. It will never, like Dunblane. It will haunt this community.
Yeah, I was thinking it reminded me of Dunblane. There was a shooting in Dunblane which led to firearms getting banned. What are we going to ban this time, guys? Hey, what are we going to ban this time around? I know that some of you probably got some answers to that already, but yeah.
forever in a day. Those little girls are just pictures of innocence, aren't they? They're just beautiful little girls in their having a lovely time, going to dance to Taylor Swift, to make little bracelets, and then this most unimaginable horror is visited on them.
God, it's so
and still we've got 6 little girls critically injured, and the yoga teacher, Alice, Elsie and Bibi. We're never going to forget their names, are we?
And the thing about those friendship bracelets, I learned about them earlier in the summer, that if you go to a Taylor Swift concert, you make friendship bracelets, and then you give them to strangers. You give them to strangers as an act of friendship.
That's the whole point.
These lovely children were making friendship bracelets together, aged between 5 and 11 years old, with their teachers at the beginning of the summer holidays to celebrate friendship and Taylor Swift. And then a stranger comes into the room and...
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being upset and angry about this, okay? Of course. I was deeply upset and very angry about this when I heard about it. But, it doesn't give you free reign to do whatever you want to do. Like, it needs to be, like, I always say this. I always hate the immediate politicization of stuff to the point where people are just pushing their own narratives immediately. It's like, there's not even been a chance for the community to even mourn and figure out what the hell their thought process is with it all and how they feel about it.
This terrible atrocity happened, and how out of any realm in their lives and their thoughts that must have been. It's just horrific.
It's evil.
And one of the things is, of course...
When do you have the right to riot? Maybe, I don't know, there's probably some circumstances where it'd be acceptable.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Under the boot of like some brutal dictatorship or something. But no.
If he was like
You guys are such sides-cut freaks. I can't stand you. I cannot fucking stand your retardation where you will fucking spit feathers when any other community... Do you realise that was the exact same logic that was used to back up the fucking BLM riots, you fucking morons? Oh, people are dead. This is the time to riot. You are doing the fucking rioting as the language of the unheard shit.
This is our newspaper review.
Yeah.
And, we are often, we're the mainstream media, right?
Yeah.
So then lots of people on different extremes of political thinking and mainstream thinking think, we can't trust anything anymore. Well, I'm sorry to say.
You know what I hate? I really hate this assumption that every group that riots over any political issue has a legitimate concern. When did that become a thing? When did it become a thing where we just have to assume that if a group is fucking rioting, you have to think like, well, I don't agree with them, and they're obviously taking it too far, but they do have some legitimate concern. What fucking legitimate concerns these people have? The only concern that these people have is that the country isn't 100% white. Like, fuck me. These are the cunts who will say one is too many. Well, yeah, okay, one of any fucking crime is too many. But at the end of the day, as a society, we accept that we have crimes from certain demographics. Like men. Doesn't mean we abort men in the fucking womb because they're a threat. No, it's because people are stabbing kids. Nah, Corey, you fucking idiot. These riots did not start as soon as we found out kids were stabbed. They started because some people thought the stabber was Muslim.
Actually, things on social media.
There's nothing wrong with going to the streets. There's nothing wrong with protesting. There's nothing wrong with making your voice heard. It's the fucking rioting that is a problem. What is so hard to understand about this? If it was a peaceful march or a vigil or something like that, and it was making the same points, you can make the same political points you wanted to. You could talk about immigration. You can even talk about Muslims, even though it doesn't really fit in this case. You could, as far as I know, you can do all that. I'm not saying that you can't protest this. It's horrible. It's horrendous. And it's totally acceptable and appropriate to take some action against it. It's specifically the rioting and the violence that is worthy of condemnation. Okay?
Are incorrect.
Yes.
And when you read the news, there is a level of dedication to at least trying to report the facts.
Absolutely.
Right? In a moving, fast-moving situation where there's lots of information out there, people trust and read
Stop Oil are just protesting.
True, Puddle Sugar. Thanks for the $5.
things on social media and take them as fact, right? And the thing is that we wouldn't say those things because we fact check. We don't say anything we don't fully know, and if we don't know, we say we attribute it, right?
Bro, honestly, I do not want to fucking hear it about how bad the mainstream news is when I see utter retards reposting completely unverified information. I saw it myself. Someone retweeted it, and it said without any verification proof or anything that it was like a fucking Muslim-sounding name, fresh off the boats or something like that. And I thought, okay, well, I'm not seeing this being reported anywhere. Like, what's going on here? Is this actually what it is? And I couldn't find anything, so I just dismissed it.
Okay, so guys, a little update. Fuck, I really hate this because it's like, it's so annoying when someone, it really fucks me off when someone who clearly has like a fucking intelligent head on their shoulders and they can be like funny and shit like that, but that they just don't know when to stop fucking pushing boundaries. Like they keep doing it. And I'm talking about Sundowner, by the way. And the fact that like when I asked him what were you banned for? And he said no idea. Like I had to like pull teeth to basically get him to admit the fucking like what he had done, because he knew. He just wanted to he was just hoping I didn't. Yeah, it's just really annoying. Right, we need to set an example at the end of the day. Like I did. Fuck me. I feel like we gave him more than enough chances. He didn't get banned, he just left, but I'm not gonna let him back. Because he's young, like maybe he'll fucking chill out in a few months or whatever, but like if he makes any fucking things or tries to come back. If he makes any alts to try to come back like without checking, then yeah, that'll just be like a permanent. But it's we're at least given it a few months. Yeah.
And didn't think about it again. But yeah, this was getting spread widely.
These rules in place. You've worked in newspapers.
Yeah.
Okay, people might not trust everything you say, and might not trust, and some of it might be inaccurate occasionally by will or by accident. But these days,
Are they fraud or not? So listen, one bone I chuck to you fucking retards, okay, that I'd agree with you with, is I don't think it's particularly helpful either to try and obfuscate the heritage of the person that committed the act, right? Because it was reported that he was from Cardiff, and then immediately people started going, oh, they're Cardiff born, but apparently they were, what is it, first generation immigrant, I think, from random parents. So that just serves to make it look like there's some sort of effort to cover that up, you know? I think that some of that would have been a product of the information not being out there fully, but there's definitely people that I saw on social media that were, you know, acting like the fact that they were from Cardiff meant that they were like white or something. Dude, it's so crazy how it's like each side is desperate for it to be a certain race or a certain person. Do you know what I mean? It's like they're literally waiting, not because they care about the story, but, oh, does this validate my political beliefs or not? Oh, it's white. Oh, okay. Mentally ill. Oh, they're foreign. Well, yeah, that obviously we've got to stop immigration. Flip it round for the other side, you know?
things that are written on social media, and the reason I'm mentioning it is because, as we discussed, an entire community, 1,000 people turned up for a 20-minute vigil, and so many tears have been shed and hearts have been broken that will never mend. And yet you get these thugs, rent-a-mob, Andrew, who are laughing, and setting things on fire, breaking brick walls down so they can throw bricks at the police. It's absolutely appalling to insult the community that is broken.
And I personally have had a lot of abuse on social media from people saying, why don't you name him? Why don't you name him? Well, let's just
explain it.
He is 17 under the law. He is regarded as a juvenile or a child. Therefore, you cannot name him. That's the law, and we should stick to the law. And also, I've been aware of the reports that he allegedly crossed.
Bro, show this footage to any of these people that are downplaying this and say, oh, actually Muslims did this. And they would immediately change their fucking view. This is a Black Lives Matter riot. They'd immediately change their fucking perspective. It's nuts, dude. It's nuts how inconsistent people are with this stuff. It's crazy.
Well, let's just
explain it.
He is 17 under the law. He is regarded as a juvenile or a child. Therefore, you cannot name him. That's the law, and we should stick to the law. And also, I've been aware of the reports that he allegedly crossed the channel in a small boat. He was born in Cardiff. He is British. And anyway,
his parents came from Rwanda and lived in Wales.
They fled Rwanda from the genocide.
Okay, dude, this guy's from the Daily Mail. He should be the racist one and all.
Oh, they came from the Rwandan genocide. Damn.
This, and even he is playing the fucking.
So they'd be what, Tutsis?
The terrible genocide that happened in Rwanda in the 1990s. Even if he had crossed the channel, that justifies Rentham or burning down shops and attacking the police with bricks, but also even more terror to this community.
Also, demonstrations.
He's not British. No, if you're born in Britain, you're a British citizen. Yeah, if you're born in Britain and you get your citizenship, that makes you a British citizen. Yeah.
Outside a mosque.
Let's put it another way. Yeah, you could disagree with the law, whatever. I mean, you know, we're talking about a 17-year-old. The reason it's very obvious that the legally someone is not classified as an adult until they're 18. So obviously, it's a classic 17 years old, 364 day. It's that meme, basically, you know? So even if someone is 17, they'd still be protected by this law. No, they can't release the name legally because the UK press is not legally allowed to report on the name of an individual if they're under the age of 18, sorry. You want any capital punishment? Yeah. Dude, bro.
Cut down the tall trees.
How on earth? Like, dude, I cannot imagine an argument against
down the
death
tall
penalty in
trees.
situations like this.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, when it comes to crimes against kids, listen, I'm sure if I put the fucking logic arguments and stuff, I maybe would be able to come up with a thought process on it. But dude, if you kill kids, like what? Like you should be, you should be hanged. Yes, I don't know what other fucking solution there would be. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Super Saiyan Solid Snake became a member.
It's awfully specific. Very
Bro,
specific.
I just don't understand like
penalty.
why you shouldn't just fucking slaughter them like a pig. I just don't understand what the argument would be against that. Oh, but what about civil rights? Dude, I don't know. We actually can't. He's 17.
ELL became a member.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, dude.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off
You're killing a child. Stylo, wait a second, mate. You normally argue the opposite of this when it's a fucking 17-year-old, as you would say, whore, okay?
But how do I make money
Jesus.
But now it's like...
Fuck, whatever. Bro. Okay. Okay. Oh man, fuck, I'm actually like quite fucking deflated by that whole thing. Hmm. Yeah, when I'm just like, oh fuck, like when you just know someone could have like they could have done so much better, you know? Fuck. All right. Progressive love race stats. We should just release race stats on what? Okay. He's not angry, he's disappointed. Yeah. My boy. Is this how ultra religious conservatives feel when they find out their son's gay? I'm sorry. Oh God. I don't mean this to be pointed, but you're disappointed with this shitty behavior, but still associated with Destiny, who childishly mocks dead Palestinian poets on Twitter for his deranged
and I
fans.
absolutely love listening to your long-form YouTube stuff at work. Really appreciate your informed takes, and for keeping me company along my route. Keep it going, brother.
All right, hang on. One thing at a time. Thanks so much for the $20, Homer Pimpson. I really appreciate that. And Feli Goblin, thanks for the £5. Loner Hugs. Oh, thanks very much. Hang on. Let me just hang on. Hang on. Wait, one thing at a time. Fuck. What was the... Oh, the poet. Hang on. I'm actually, Nixon, I'm really glad that you actually pointed out a specific example, because I think that poet that was in question, again, who didn't deserve to die, like they weren't a militant or anything, had also tweeted making fun of like fucking Israelis who were set on fire. So the problem is that at least when fucking Destiny does his like stupid fucking edgelord shit, which you guys know is not like my fucking taste at all, at least it's like generally, like it's very clearly like shock humor like delivered kind of like fairly equally across the board. Like for every fucking like whatever stupid Gaza joke, there's one about like the goon timer for Israel and all that. But I don't think he's the kind of person who would go like directly to someone like as a person, as an individual, and attack them like as a personally on like on those kinds of lines, and like do it persistently to the same individual, right? Or to multiple individuals, right? That's kind of I think that's like a very different thing. And if he gets asked, like called out on it, he'll just say, "Yeah, I did that," so, which is like a little bit different. Yeah. Because it's not like we're fucking soft on it's not like we're incredibly fucking hard on edgy humor, right? Like, especially the fucking Jews and the Arabs in this community are probably like the most edgy with each other, right? Like when it comes to whether it's like anti-Semitic or like historical fucking events or tragedy and stuff like that, and like humor about all these topics, like they do it to each other and to themselves like all the fucking time. But when it's like very like when it's like a clearly more personalized attack, like with fucking women especially, it's also there is something a bit special I think on the internet about misogyny, because the audience is so overwhelmingly fucking male that at least with like people like making the fucking Jew and Arab jokes at each other, at least like it's quite easy for us to delineate between when someone's actually being racist and just joking. Whereas with the misogyny, for some reason in this particular space, misogynistic humor is like different because it's so much harder to tell if someone is actually being sincere in it or not, because like the lack of like where you can tell that there's a very clear disrespect that is like directed in one way. Yeah. And that's probably because it's an all male like our mostly male community or mostly male space. Yeah. Hmm. But is what it is. Rafat tweeted if infants were burned, who said with or without baking powder. Yeah, like if you're gonna post shit like that, because I think at least one, maybe two infants were set on fire. Like that did happen. So if you're joking about that shit, it's like, yeah, people are gonna joke about you. That's just like the gate. Like just like if you want to play by fucking dirty rules on the internet, or if you want to get involved in that discourse, then people are gonna do it back to you. It's just what's gonna happen. But there is definitely like a specific problem, because like misogynistic humor just attracts like real misogynists, unfortunately. I don't think the edgy like national or religious or like race humor has resulted in an influx of like sincere racists in the community. Like I haven't seen that. But, you know. Whoa. Fuck me. Did you say it's too early to post memes about the riot? No, go ahead. Sincere racists, as in people who are actually racist. Yeah. You say after fighting with certain types in the chat the whole stream. Yeah, but I banned them. I banned them like immediately. So maybe after 1 or 2 one guys at most. I don't keep them around and constantly unban them or unmute them and defend them and buy them a fucking microphone. Oh god. Bro. I wonder if this is how wonder if this is how Destiny felt with the Vosh stuff. Obviously it's not even comparable to the Vosh stuff. But yeah. Bruh. Disappointed Arab dad. Wallahi. Fuck. Mm. What's this? Who are these people I've never heard of before? Hello? There are people in my... Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
I have a few questions. When you went to Israel, did you change your opinion or not?
Did I change my... I don't think I changed any particular opinion. Yeah, there are definitely things that, like, you know, but you feel it more when you're there. Like, I knew that it was probably okay to describe what's happening in the West Bank as apartheid, but, like, or apartheid-like conditions. But when you're actually there and you're looking at how long people are waiting in the fucking baking sun at the checkpoints and all that kind of shit, or the communities that, like, in Area C that are Palestinian that have no fucking internal social systems like police or welfare because it's like under Israeli control, they don't want to do it. Yeah, that hits different. But otherwise,
Yeah, I know that Destiny didn't change his opinion. He had like a debate with Ben Burgess about supporting Israel.
Hmm.
Like,
what about like Western countries supporting Israel? You mean like staying allies? Yeah.
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 Like I don't know why he didn't change his opinion like a little bit.
Which opinion do you think should have? Well, that would be a question for him. Which opinion do you
Like
think?
about in the
What's an example of an opinion that you think would someone like him would change from going to Israel and Palestine?
The West Bank, like if you see the situation there, it's very bad. Like he has like a position of ignorance on the West Bank.
What's the position of ignorance?
He says like, oh, it's okay for Israel to occupy the West Bank just like Jordan did and nobody cares. Like that's a weak argument because this happened in the past. We're now in the present.
Does Destiny think it's okay that Israel keeps occupying the West Bank?
Like he has like a position of ignorance about it.
I thought he was a two-state solution guy, no?
No, like he has like the same position as Ben Shapiro. Like if you go to his X account, it's everywhere.
You can show me that. As far as I know, I'm pretty sure he's a two-state solution guy. So like,
bro, he has always been pro-Israel, like from October 7th.
Being pro-Israel is people who are pro-Israel are also pro-two states, right? Because they want Israel to exist, right? Like that's considered a pro-Israel position. Like two-staters in Israel they want it because they think it's good for Israel as well, because they don't want Israel to be governing like an extra 5 million Palestinians.
No, I mean like he says like Israel is like the moral army when they like kill journalists and aid workers.
What does that have to
Like,
do with
that's
supporting one or two states? What does that have to do with supporting a Palestinian state and wanting them out of the West
No,
Bank?
like when he talks about Gaza, he's like pro-Israel. He says, "Oh, Israel is the most moral army. Like everything is justified."
Yeah, but no, saying that the army it isn't maybe if you're going to argue that the army isn't committing as many crimes as people say that they are, what connection does that have to the idea that Israel shouldn't be occupying the West Bank, that they should eventually give it up to a Palestinian state?
Listen, I'm not talking about Gaza right now. That he has like a position of ignorance. Maybe you also, but I don't know.
Well, the thing I'm not getting from you is that do you think it's okay? Here, do you think it's possible to hold these two positions at the same time? To say, for example, that Israel has a right to fight a war with Hamas, and what they're doing now is mostly or within the confines of international law, but you also believe that Israel should end the occupation and pursue a two-state solution with the Palestinians. Do you think these two positions, like you can hold those two positions at once?
No, because like Israel doesn't want a two-state solution. Like they expand settlements in the West Bank.
No, but I'm talking about
They
if
want
you have this opinion. I'm talking about if someone has these two opinions. Is that possible? Is it possible for someone to say Israel has a right to go to war with Hamas, one, and two, Israel should end the occupation and pursue a two-state solution? Is that why can't you hold these two opinions at the same time? Do they contradict each other?
Because Israel doesn't want to do that.
No,
Like
I'm
they
not
have been
asking about
occupying the
Israel. I'm
West
not
Bank
asking
for
about
60 years.
everyone knows the Israeli government doesn't want to do that. I'm asking, is it possible for someone to have these two opinions? Like someone who's not the Israeli government, like me, for example. If
If
I
you're
said that,
unrealistic, okay.
I'm not
Yeah,
talking
okay.
about what's realistic. I'm saying what should happen. So I'll try one more time. I don't know if you understand my question. My question is, let's just say this is my opinion. One, Israel has a right to go to war with Hamas. Two, the occupation is tantamount to apartheid and should end because there should be a Palestinian state. Do these two opinions contradict each other?
Listen, I agree with you. Like you can agree with that, but I am saying right now that his position on Gaza is full of ignorance. Like I also support fighting against Hamas, but Israel is going too far, and he's just having a position of ignorance. Right now, 70% of journalists in Gaza have been killed by Israel and aid workers. You know that?
Okay.
And he's ignoring that.
Okay, why are you here? Why aren't you going to his stream and talking to him about it?
Because I don't know how, and I have some other questions.
It's not that difficult to get into Destiny's stream.
I actually don't know.
Well, find a way. Go into .gg or be like, hey, I got some disputes. I'm pretty sure he has a channel called Disagreements
Okay.
channel in his Discord.
Okay, I have another question then.
Is it for me? Is it about me? Or my
Yeah.
opinions? Okay, yeah, cool.
About how do you think Iran will respond to the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh?
I have no idea. From their response last time to the Israeli strike in that town, it seemed to be like Iran was trying to avoid a full-on escalation. As for Haniyeh, don't know. Hamas are not as close to Iran as Hezbollah, so maybe they don't want to stick their neck out too far for Hamas. It's just a guess. I don't know. You could go either way. They could escalate. They could try to avoid it. They could do something symbolic. Don't know.
And what about Hezbollah? Do you think like there will gonna be a war or not?
I don't think either side wants like a ground operation to happen in Lebanon. I don't think either of them want that, but it could happen anyway. It could happen because like brinksmanship starts wars in the Middle East, right? Like two sides can keep escalating because they feel like they need to show strength or they need to show a level of like disproportionality for to keep their public satisfied or whatever. But that can escalate into a war even if neither side wants it. But from the where it is standing now, I feel like it's maybe not going to happen. But again, it's like 55-45, you know?
Mm. And do you like think the US is gonna get involved, like troops or something?
If Hezbollah gets involved, I think the US will do something. Yeah. They said they would. So it would be they'd look really, really weak if they didn't after saying that.
Can I ask something, Loner?
Yeah.
It's not it's in a language of learning. Tiger, أنت عربي؟
أنا عربي.
من وين؟
من العراق.
من العراق. Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
Is it because he's pronouncing words different?
He's pronouncing Ghazi very weirdly. I never heard that pronunciation before.
Well, Iraqi.
لونر باكس تحكي عربي؟ أنت من لبنان.
لا أنا أريد أن أتعلم العربية, you know.
Oh.
Sorry.
So your parents are Lebanese, but you don't speak Arabic.
My father is Lebanese, but I don't speak Arabic now.
Oh.
He's getting there. He's getting there. He learned the letters.
True.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to know because his pronunciation was interesting. He sounded like those phone calls that IDF kept saying were Hamas guys.
Wait, what?
Wait. What the fuck?
There was a specific phone call that was really weird that the IDF used as evidence. That Hamas guys were talking
يعني
about the
تحسب أنا
strike or something.
إسرائيلي؟
No, before you start jumping to conclusion, listen to the entire thing. And everyone was like, "These guys sound Iraqi," and he does sound
Oh.
like them. He does sound like them a little bit.
Interesting.
Not exactly 1-to-1, but it does have some similarities.
Has there ever been any confirmed instances in the past of the IDF just like making up phone calls?
Phone calls? I'm not sure, but they have.
I mean,
like,
fake
they
phone
have
calls of
used
Hamas.
fake evidence.
They've used fake evidence.
They've used fake evidence. They've
I know there was
also-
the one in the lady from the Great March of Return who they said was a human shield, but they clipped her out of context. She actually
There
wasn't.
was also yeah, but he was also another. Remember the guy who was like a part of the Israeli government who was talking to Mahdi Hassan. He also said, "Oh, we did an investigation. She had a bomb on her." Like, do you know? Remember that interview?
No, who had a bomb on her?
Talking about one of the nurses that got shot during the Great March of Return, and then I think her name is Nasreen. I'm not too sure about the details exactly, but because this is all from the interview, and don't remember the interview exactly. There's a guy who used to be a part of the government. Not sure if he still. I don't think he still is. He was doing an interview with Mahdi Hassan, and he said we actually did a investigation, and that nurse had a bomb on her or an explosive on her, which also was like unfounded. But
Yeah.
also, Israel's got a bunch of shit that they lied about before. What's it called? I mean, just recently, Netanyahu goes into
I have another example.
I don't know what it's called, the House of Representatives, and he legit said there was no civilians that were killed.
Mm-hmm. Where? In what?
Was it in Gaza or was it in Rafah? Either or.
Netanyahu
It's
said
like
that, right?
Yeah.
He said like a few dozen were killed in Rafah in like the recent months, right?
Well, no,
Or-
this is what I remember him saying, which is, I asked my whatever position that he quoted, if there was any civilians harmed, and he said practically none.
Yeah, he said almost
Or,
none,
like-
like a few dozen because of the fucking weapons stockpile. Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he said that they were killing like almost all military. I don't know if it's like, I don't know exactly what the ratio would be if they're talking about surgical strikes over fucking JDAMs, but yeah, I don't know. I'd imagine the ratio
was
would
he
be
referring
less,
to
but-
specifically Rafah, or was he referring to all of Gaza?
He was talking Rafah in a particular period, yeah, because I think he
In a
said
particular period,
1,200
okay.
militants, a few dozen civilians, which is not, I mean, it's not impossible because they've been able to get that ratio in fucking Lebanon, but like, I don't know.
I feel like from his rhetoric, the other shit he was spewing, I feel like he was also lying.
Well, when it comes, the problem is that for civilians and militants, like they seem to, because of their fucking, what do you call it? The way that they, because of like the accusations of like perfidy from Hamas, is they will have situations where they'll have like a particular military position and a combat zone where they will
Alright,
just
before
shoot
I
any
continue-
like male over the age of whatever who comes into the area because they don't know if he's Hamas or not, so it's not worth the risk. Yeah.
Before you continue, for the Israelis spazzing out in the chat, the IDF has lied about my town attacking in the massacre, about attacking the IDF first, which then was proved wrong by the communists. So you can keep spazzing out like retards when your precious IDF gets fucking berated. So shut the fuck up and grow up. Anyway.
Exactly.
I don't agree with you, bro. I don't know your positions. Don't agree with me.
I'll just agree on some things but not others. You guys are so fucking...
I know, but I don't know his positions, man.
Okay. Well, he agrees with you on
I
that
don't
one
know
thing.
what,
Yeah,
but-
the IDF lies about things and they fuck up a lot. Yeah, okay, true. Whatever.
Yeah, they do lie a lot. Anyway, I just want to confirm his Arab chat. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Like, Like I also remember a video of an Israeli nurse pretending to be a Gaza nurse. She speaks so an Arabic accent, pretending like, oh, Hamas is hiding in the hospital, and she was exposed as like an Israeli Mexican. I don't know if you have seen that video or not.
I think I saw a video that was apparently that, yeah. I don't even know why they would need to do that because no one disagrees that Hamas have people in hospitals. Like, it's been known for like a decade. Amnesty reported on it 10 years ago. Yeah, I don't know.
Listen, I admit that Hamas hides like operate in human place like in populated places, but if you look at human rights reports, there have been how do you say it in English, accidents where they found there was no Hamas in that area and they targeted. For example, there was a church in Gaza that was targeted and they didn't find any Hamas links or anything. There was nothing.
Yeah, that happens. But I guess the argument is like, if you are trying, so I think in all militaries, you're going to make mistakes. Like, you're going to have false intel. You're going to have like an image that looks like a rocket launcher, but it's too blurry and it's actually more like a car or something like that. That happens. But it's whether or not they were intentionally trying to target like civilians that had nothing to do with Hamas, right? So like, I think every military, unfortunately, is going to make mistakes in war, but whether or not, it's either they're doing that, like it's all just mistakes,
Israel has made a lot of mistakes, yeah.
or it's that they made mistakes that they could have avoided by having like stricter protocol, or they just intentionally targeted civilians. So yeah, I think it's probably between the first two. I think if they are actually like airstriking or drone striking a target that's just civilians, I think it's because they had bad intelligence or like it's a mistake. But I feel like some of these mistakes could have been avoided, like the WCK workers.
Of Gaza is destroyed.
That's Gaza City. I don't think the entire Gaza Strip is 70%. It might be now, but the last thing I looked at the UN stats, that 70% thing wasn't true. No.
Like you can go Google it up. It's literally 70% or 80%.
Yeah, so I'm looking. So we're talking about UNOSTAT from April. We can find a more recent one. They said they identified 34,000 destroyed structures, 17 severely damaged, 42 moderately damaged, and then 29,000 possibly damaged. I think that all adds up to 50%. If you take out possibly damaged, you get like 37. So
yeah, but we're not right now in July.
So I'll look for July as well, because that 70% stat's been going around for like before, like almost the beginning of the year, right? Yeah. So if I look at UNOSTAT, what would this one be called if they have a new one? Gaza Strip damage assessment, June or July.
There is also another example, like
one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Sorry, we're just looking at this one first. Hang on. This is from March. Okay. Where's the newer ones? Do they have one from May or June, July? January? Where's their? Do they? This is the UN. They should be doing these a lot more frequently. This is. I swear there was one after. Oh, May. So in May it went up to 55. I don't think by June, July it's up to what? And this is if you include possibly damaged. So,
like, if you look like at the pictures, I think it's actually a lot, because almost all of Gaza is destroyed. Like, look at the pictures at Twitter or something like that, and you're gonna see more damage.
But this data comes from pictures. It comes from satellite images.
Yeah, like it's now increasing, like especially right now.
But I'm just saying, who said 70% though? I heard 70% for Gaza City, because that was obviously like Hamas stronghold. But I haven't heard anything.
Yeah,
did the UN ever have an analysis that showed 70%?
I actually meant Gaza City, 70%.
Okay, and for the whole strip, it's more like for fully destroyed. For like, if you take out possibly damage, you're probably looking at about like between sort of 40 and 50% by now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, and also like Israel targeted 8 workers of the World Chicken Organization. Like, the idea that it was a mistake is ridiculous. Like, it's.
You think
like,
they actually were trying to kill aid workers? Like, they were just like, these international aid workers, like, here's a fucking $1 million worth of drone technology and like strike capabilities. Go get them.
It was a safe zone.
They were on a, the road was agreed upon as a route, but they didn't say that they wouldn't like hit things that were on that road that were militants though. They thought that they targeted that because someone thought that there were militants in a vehicle because they saw armed people go into a compound, and then they thought that they had found a vehicle coming out the other way, which was the aid vehicle, but they thought it was the people who had gone in with arms, and that's why they targeted it. But what they didn't do was, again, this is like the argument I'm making, is that they tried to call the aid workers, didn't get an answer, and then some protocol in the chain of command was missed, and they just went for it anyway. So I think that story makes sense though. It makes sense that it's believable that they engaged in a sense of like recklessness, and that's why there were disciplinary actions taken and a couple of people lost their jobs. But that's not, I don't see why they would just target 7 aid workers. Why they would say, there are aid workers here, go get them with a drone. Like, why?
Because like the car did look like a Hamas vehicle or something. There were no weapons in the car.
Yeah, the car looked like a Hamas vehicle. That's not the same as we targeted aid workers. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but you know, it was like a civilian vehicle. It was not Hamas. Like they lied. Like when Israel like commits action to protect, oh, it was Hamas. When you look reality, it was not Hamas. Like they always lie.
Well, how do we know that? Well, you know how we know that someone broke protocol to let that strike go through, right? And we know that because the IDF investigation found that. They were the ones who investigated that.
Yeah, but like we have also not. Can you repeat it again?
It was the IDF investigation that found that 2 people, I think more than 2 actually, the people who were involved in that strike had broken protocol, that they didn't do the appropriate checks to make sure that the aid vehicle wasn't the one that they were looking at.
Yeah, sure, but Israel has also made another mistake. Like we cannot pretend it was not the only one, right?
No, of course there are more. Yeah, that was like, that wasn't even, that's like partly a mistake. It's also like an internal like structural failure, because the fact that you had like pretty like high ranking people allowing a break of protocol, like that's a big problem. Yeah, it's like it's not like, it's like an exceptionally bad mistake. Yeah, but yeah, I don't deny that. A mistake is not the same as trying to kill civilians, because if they targeted the aid vehicle because they were trying to kill aid workers, that's not a mistake. That would be them trying to do it. That would be them, they have a goal and they succeed in it, right?
Like for example, like the idea that Israel is making everywhere mistakes. For example, take almost every journalist in Gaza, or when Palestinians discovered civilian graves, like there's no mistake. Like this is war crimes.
Which grave are you talking about?
I think it was like near the hospital of Rafah. I forgot its name.
Was
I
it
need to
not in,
Google it up.
hang on. It was near a hospital complex, but what? I don't think it was Rafah. I think it wouldn't have been Rafah. Was it Khan Yunis?
Yeah, I think it was either. No, it's Khan Yunis. Yeah, I think so.
Nasser Medical Complex. Did they discover these graves? Like they? Walk me through that story.
Yeah, it was like a few months ago.
Yeah. Can you walk me through that story though? Can you tell me like the start and end of that story? Just like a breakdown.
So when the Israel left the Khan Yunis hospital, civilians came back and they discovered bodies, and I think it was in like inside the ground, and they pulled them up and they saw more. Like you can literally Google it up.
Yeah. Did you know that there are videos from like February of Palestinians burying the dead in that area before the Israeli raid on the
I know
hospital?
that. Yeah, I know that, but it increased. It increased after that.
So do we know how the people there got killed?
No, but like we found more graves. Like, do you deny that?
They found more graves, but again, they found graves in an area where there were already bodies. And the question is how did those people die? Like, were they executed after the fighting was over? Were they militants who were fighting in the hospital? Do we know? Do you know?
Like it can be airstrikes. It can be everything. Like I think like 40,000 people died in Gaza. Like that's a lot.
So when people say they found mass graves, that suggests that people, usually when you have like a mass grave, that usually suggests that people were killed after they had posed no threat. Like mass graves are usually associated with you imprison, you capture people, you march them over to a place, you fucking dig a hole, and then you shoot them and then throw them in it. That's obviously very different from people die in like combat or as part of a combat situation. No?
Like, I can send you a wiki article about it.
Sure.
Like, we have also like Israel like killing 80% of journalists in Gaza. Like, we have all different examples. Like the idea they're not committing war crimes is ridiculous.
Where's this wiki article? Are you DMing it to me?
On chat.
Chat. Which chat?
I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah, just click my name and
Wait.
send it, yeah.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Okay. Gaza Strip. Mass graves. Background. Allegations of desecration. List of graves. Other investigation. Transparent investigations.
I can also send you articles of journalists being killed in Gaza.
A journalist being killed, that in and of itself doesn't really tell you anything. What if the journalist was like standing next to a compound that had like a legitimate target in them and it's collateral damage? Or what if the target was the
Wait, have you
journalist?
evidence of that? Show me evidence. Show me
What
evidence.
if let me finish my sentence and then we'll talk about evidence, okay? That's one potential outcome. Another is that a journalist was actually targeted by the IDF because they didn't like their coverage, or the journalist was actually like doing journalism and as well as like engaging in militancy or like engaging in some kind of like level of war propaganda. But again, we don't know unless do you have any of these journalist
Yeah, we don't
stories where we
know.
know the context of how they were struck? It matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, like I can send you articles.
Are you going to send me an article that tells you the circumstances of the journalist's death, or are you just going to say this journalist was killed and it's a war crime?
Yeah. Like I can show you, like there was a journalist in Al Jazeera. I don't know your name, but his family was entirely killed, and he went to Qatar to have medical treatment.
An Al Jazeera journalist who went to Qatar for medical treatment. Hang on. Hmm.
I can give you an.
For example,
there was an Al Jazeera.
the Al Jazeera
There was an Al
journalist who was
Jazeera.
holding hostages in his home. Remember this story?
Yeah, I know this. That's only one example. Like that only happens once. Like you can't
Was it
just
just
justify
once?
it.
Was it just once?
Yeah, like maybe 2 times. But we have, for example, there's a journalist who was hit in his car by Israeli airstrikes. That's no justification. Like, wait, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna send it to you. He was just riding to his car to do some coverage, and he was killed.
Al Jazeera staffers killed in Gaza bring journalist deaths to 113. Okay. Killed Wednesday. Media worker killed. Second strike on a. So they were killed in a car, which means they were definitely targeted.
Like, I don't understand. Was there like a weapon in the car, or what the fuck?
I don't know. I'm looking. I'm just reading this story for the first time. Okay. And are there any IDF
I haven't.
comments on this particular incident, or is there any more than just this article?
Like, yeah,
I
I
mean,
can
if
send
they're
you more.
targeted, like
If you want.
if what you're saying is,
yesterday.
if what you're saying is true, if they targeted a journalist who just because they didn't like him, then yeah, that's a war crime. That's a big war crime, big bad one.
Yeah, like when they target like the entire Gaza, like they foreign airstrikes. I have another article where they went to the journalist's home and killed his family. You can look it up.
Wait, one thing at a time. Is this a different? Are you just sending me like?
Like I send you different articles.
Yeah, but I want to just look at one example because you need more like if you want to make a judgment about a particular killing, okay, or a particular incident. If let's say there's a targeted attack on a journalist in his car, right? If they're hitting a car, that they've hit that for a reason, right? Like either they think there's a militant there, or they think there's a journalist there that they don't like. One of these is or they think the person is a militant as well as a journalist, but they were wrong. In which case, so you've got either an acceptable move, you've got a war crime, you've got a mistake. That's why I want to figure out for this particular story.
Show me evidence it was a mistake. Show me evidence.
As opposed to what? I'm asking you. This is your claim. It's your story.
What is your question?
My question is, was there anything said about this particular incident besides in this report? Did the IDF say anything? Did these journalists, were they accused of anything? Did someone say it was a mistake? Or if the IDF just not comment at all, and all we know is that a journalist was killed in their car and the IDF just said nothing? Like, which of these is it?
Of course, the IDF is not going to say anything. They always target innocent
Well, the IDF
people,
will
like,
say things. They said things for the WCK killing. They've said things for multiple events. Actually, they do comment. They've commented on the building complex that was hit by an airstrike in Jabalia because there was a fucking tunnel beneath it, and even 3 buildings collapsed. Yeah, they will comment on like large scale attacks. Yeah, they'll comment on lots of things. So if they have a comment on this, or if they don't, I just want to know.
Not always.
No, not on every single incident. No, they don't. So that's why I'm asking you. So you're saying that based on your research, this particular incident of 2 Al Jazeera staffers killed in Gaza on around what, July this year? Oh, this is like very recent. This is today. Okay. Is this today this happened?
No.
Oh, Wednesday. Wait, which is today. So this is today.
Yeah, I think it's today. Let me check.
Oh.
Wait.
Okay, why are we using this example? We don't actually know anything more about this story then, I'd imagine, because there's not been any evidence released.
Wait, yeah, it's today. So it's something new. So
wait,
it's not.
Wait.
It's something new.
It's something new, yeah. So it's something new. Why are you assuming that the IDF is your assumption? So are you telling me that we've got this one story from today? No, nothing extra. Is your opinion that they just targeted unarmed, not militant journalists because they don't like their war coverage?
Like Israel, like destroy 70%, like 80% of Gaza City.
I thought it okay. I thought it was 70.
They don't care.
Like,
They don't say anything.
I'm not asking you about Gaza City. I'm asking about this particular story. I'm just asking you. Why do you think this journalist died?
What?
Why do you think they killed this journalist? These 2.
Because they do massive airstrikes. That's why a lot of journalists die.
Well, why do they do massive airstrikes?
I don't know. I'm not the IDF.
Do you not think it would be worth figuring out that before concluding? Like, I don't know. It could have been a war crime. It could have been a mistake. It could have been an acceptable target. We don't know.
How do you know? Like, do you think the journalist was Hamas or something? Holy shit. Wait, do you think that?
Do you think that's the first time? Would this be the first time a journalist in Gaza has engaged in either aiding and abetting Hamas?
Of course, there were like 2 times, but the majority were not. Do you think really that journalist was a Hamas member?
I'm telling you I don't know because the story it came from today.
Yeah, I don't
I'm telling
know,
you I don't know. Wait, should I know? Why should I know? I'm only assuming. It's breaking news.
Okay, I have another article. You can also check it.
Is this a different story?
Yeah, like...
Okay, so we're moving off of this one.
House.
Okay. Wait, one thing at a time. these two journalists, what's wrong with me saying I don't know why they were targeted or if they were? What's
Like
wrong with me saying that?
you're thinking that they're terrorists, so it's justified.
No, I'm saying I don't know. It might be that. It might not. What's wrong with me saying I
Yeah.
don't know to a breaking news story?
Yeah, because like you're just denying the fact
What fact am I denying?
that a journalist has been killed and there is no evidence yet that he's a Hamas member.
I'm not denying either of those. A journalist was obviously killed, and there's not evidence yet that he was Hamas because the story is a day old. It's a breaking news story.
Let's wait for a week and we're gonna see. Let's wait for a week and let's develop the story. And if there's a Hamas member, I'm gonna come to stream and say you are right. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not saying that he definitely is. I'm right about what? I haven't said this journalist is a Hamas fighter. I'm saying we don't know. I don't know I have no idea what he's doing, right? That's what I'm saying. Do you understand that?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So whatever comes out in the next week, I guess neither of us will be right or wrong because it doesn't seem like either of us are making any solid claims, right?
Yeah. Okay, there's another article where
Okay.
just attacked his house where his family is. Like you can check it out.
Hang on one second.
I can send you more articles. There is a Wikipedia article, by the way, about this.
Hang on. There's a story from this journalist in about 10 minutes ago. Okay. Even Times of Israel are talking about this. This is a new story. Al Jazeera says 2 of its Gaza-based journalists killed in Israeli airstrike. Let's see if there's any IDF comments in here, because that would be more than what we got in the article. Qatar-based
It's a
channel
mistake.
reported.
You did.
When did I say this was a mistake? Why do you keep saying that?
No, I'm just like acting like the IDF.
Oh, okay. They might not say it was a mistake. They might say this guy was a militant, you know? No immediate comment. Okay. Ismail Al-Ghul and his cameraman Rami Al-Refi has been killed in Israel. Targeted a car near the Aida area. I mean, if they're in a car, it's probably safe to assume that it was a deliberate strike. Like they were trying to target that car. Like they were trying to kill. Yeah. I don't think you can accidentally hit a car from the air. Yeah. The targeting software is pretty sophisticated. They were seen en route to film near the house of Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas chief killed in Iran earlier on Wednesday. So there are 2 journalists who are...
The house of Ismail Haniyeh was destroyed in Gaza.
Okay. And they were en route to film near the house. Okay. Hamas-run government media office claimed the new deaths raised to 165 journalists killed by Israeli fire. Okay. Israel denies targeting journalists and says it makes every effort to avoid harming civilians, blaming the high death toll on the fact that Hamas fights in densely populated urban areas and embeds itself deliberately among civilians. Well, that wouldn't matter here because they targeted a car, not like a building that had targets and civilians in the area. That comment doesn't mean anything. In a statement on 16th, the Israeli army said the IDF has never and will never deliberately target journalists. Okay. Israel has noted those killed were operating within a war zone. Okay, that's not really a good excuse. It's saying that some Palestinian journalists working in Gaza have been active members of terror groups. So it sounds like they're not really giving any. Yeah, they're not giving any details. Then they're just kind of giving every opinion at once. Wounded Al Jazeera, this is an old story from February. Wounded Al Jazeera reporter in Gaza and alleged Hamas operative flown to Qatar. Is this the guy who went to the Qatari hospital?
Yeah, that fat guy.
Is he fat? He looks pretty normal shaped in this picture. He's got a gap tooth.
No. He's fat, I think.
No, is this a different story? Can you see my screen?
I'm on Discord right now. Just give me 1 minute.
I'll send you this one. Yeah, so this new strike, we can revisit it in a few days. It doesn't even need to be a week. Information like this usually comes out fairly quickly. But in the time being, I don't know. Do you have any other stories for us? Do you have any other opinions? Yeah, because this guy's an Al Jazeera reporter in Gaza, but there's a picture of him in kibbutz near Oz on October 7th. So what's he doing there?
I already told you there were some journalists who were in Hamas. I don't deny that.
Okay. Do you think there were some journalists who were civilians, but they were in areas that were too close to militants? Do you think that happened too? Anytime? Some?
Yeah, this happens in every war.
Okay. Right. And
Listen,
do you think there are also do you think there are also some journalists who were just targeted by the IDF because they didn't like their journalism?
Yes, like there was a story where an Israeli IDF shot, sniped a journalist, the first journalist. It was like on October 8th.
They sniped a journalist.
9th. Yeah, it's literally in Wikipedia. I sent you a Wikipedia article if you want to see all the deaths.
Yeah, if you show me a story about the journalist who got sniped, because what I'm asking you for is your best example of a journalist who was killed deliberately targeted and for no good reason. Like they weren't near any militant activity. They weren't there was no evidence of them doing militant activity themselves. Okay, they were just journalists.
Go to the CBS link. The CBS link. Do you see that?
Yep. Is there a hyperlink in here? Yeah, I'm in the CBS link, yeah.
Wait. Let me see. Maybe it's not the wrong link. No, not this one. Wait.
Oh, no, you're talking about October 8th. You're not talking about Shireen Abu Akleh, are you?
No.
Okay.
Wait, go to AA Middle East.
Yeah.
It's like saying they raided his house.
Well, the one more journalist killed in Israel's attacks on Gaza.
Yeah, they raided his house and killed his family.
21st of July. They targeted the home of Mohammed Jasser in northern Gaza Strip. So if they target the home, again, they generally know who lives in which home, so it wouldn't be an accident. They killed his wife and 2 children. Is this an airstrike or them going into the house? Journalist killed.
You can see it in the article. They went in the house.
I am just reading. UN Security Council resolution, immediate ceasefire, condemnation, 38,000, 9 months, accused of genocide. This article doesn't say they went into, does it? Where? An attack. They targeted the home. It doesn't say they went into the house, does it? It doesn't say anything about how they did it. Let me find this story. This is a week ago, so there'll be more stuff about it. Killing. Okay. Apparently it was a shelling that killed him.
Shelling, targeting, it's the same thing. Like his family was also killed.
I'm not asking for any, I'm just asking, it's good to have these details, right? Because obviously if you shell a house, the amount that you know about who's inside is different from going in there and shooting people, because obviously it's harder to defend. It's harder to say it was a mistake if people just walked into the house and fucking shot a kid in the face, right? Let's see. So there's stories from, has this story been covered at all by outside of like the Al Jazeera and New Arab? Let's see. Did Times of Israel ever talk about this, or?
Of course, the Times of Israel is not going to talk about the state media.
Times of Israel is not state media, just because it has the word Israel in it. Al Jazeera is state media.
Yeah, but it was also covered in Arabic media.
Yeah, like that's why I'm looking.
Television in Arabic.
So no one outside of CNN? I just want to see what other sides said about it. What's Al Jazeera say about it? They say, shelling in Jabalia killed journalist. Okay, we were in the house sleeping safely. There was no armed presence. All of a sudden, a missile fell on us. Abu Jassir's cousin told the Al Jazeera Arabic. Little kids, okay. Torn up bodies. Okay.
Like there are many examples. He's not the only one.
Islam Times. I'm just wondering why raid on a safe house. That's a different story. I'm just wondering why this hasn't been covered anywhere outside of Arabic media.
يعني أنت تتكلم عربي. Right? Right. Right.
What does that mean?
Do you follow Arabic news?
Occasionally, not very often.
Yeah, like I remember like watching it. It was like on Hadath on TV. You know Al Hadath?
Nope.
Like I can show you more examples. Like he's not the only one.
But I don't know the circumstances of this death either. Do you? Do you know why? Why they did this? So usually, here's an example, right?
Areas.
Hang on. Do you see the difference here? So this is something that I wonder if you have an opinion on this. If I look at this story from Al Jazeera about this killing, the one that we're just talking about now with the journalist in Jabalia. So he's killed in an airstrike. The family are in the house. There's a bombing on a commercial building. I'm seeing what one of the survivors is saying, seeing what witnesses are saying about the strike. I'm seeing what the government media office is saying. I'm seeing what the Ministry of Health is saying. And then it goes on to... But I haven't seen any, like them looking for the IDF for comment on this particular strike. I haven't seen any of that. You see the difference, though, is when I go to Times of Israel and I see them talking about a different story, I see them telling you what the IDF said, and I also see them saying what the health ministry said, or what Human Rights Monitor said from Euro, even though they don't really agree with Israel that much. So I'm just wondering why there's not even been doesn't seem to be any attempt to figure out why this person died. Like,
because Israel doesn't care about journalists. Like there have been 131 journalists killed. Like it's in the wiki article. You can see the cause of the death.
but you can't see why they were targeted, or if they were deliberate targeted, or if they were like part of a broader strike, if they were just in the area of a strike.
Listen, you have a journalist who has been shot by Israeli forces. You have one who's killed along with his wife and 3 children in an Israeli strike on their residence. Oh, I think, yeah, like we have, like most of them like died on residence, like when they were in their homes.
Yeah, I know.
Some of them like died
because usually, because ever since Cast led, Israel has been okay with targeting the family homes or the homes of militant targets. Usually they have to be of a particular ranking or standard to warrant that treatment. But yeah, they do that, yeah. But I'm just asking if that's
there
what,
is
like,
no evidence.
I know there's no evidence.
There is
but
mostly no.
I'm telling you, there's not enough evidence here to actually conclude on what Israel's intentions were. That's what I'm saying.
Because Israel has been now targeting the like 40,000 people died. Like, of course, like they're gonna do shelling the whole time. Israeli airstrikes.
Hang on.
Most of Gaza residents are now living in camps because their houses are destroyed.
Okay, that's got nothing to do with the topic that we have. So 1 second.
What do you mean, bro?
the amount of damage that is done to an area or the amount of people who are displaced doesn't tell you anything about how many militants were killed. It doesn't tell you about the circumstances in which these killings happened. It doesn't tell you about why the war is happening. It doesn't tell you about anything, actually. It doesn't actually tell you about what precautions are taken to protect civilian life on the attacker's hand, or does it tell you about what precautions have been taken on the defenders to protect civilians? We don't know any of this based on just saying 40,000 people have died. It doesn't tell you anything.
So you're like saying like 131 generals were targeted for a reason.
You're saying that as well, you understand? You're saying they were targeted for a reason as well. You're saying they were deliberately targeted, just not because they were militants, but because they were actually, in your opinion, what was it? Like that they were, that they were targeted because Israel doesn't like their journalism. That's why they would do it, right? If you think someone is propagandizing.
I never said that. I just said that because Israel is doing massive airstrikes.
Oh, so they're just doing it randomly. They're just killing whoever.
Yeah.
So the IDF process is there's a guy saying, go and hit this building. And then they're like, who's in it? Don't care. Some Arabs.
Yeah, like 70%. I already told you 70% of Gaza City is destroyed.
Again, that doesn't tell you why those things were targeted. So yeah, you're not telling us why those buildings were targeted, though. You're just saying that. So, but you think that they're just targeting whatever they can, right? They're just like, there's a building, go get it. There's another building, go get it.
Listen, I'm not Albert Aisha. I don't have all the sources why they were killed.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that even pretty scathing reports on Israel, even like the Goldstone report, has never said that Israel just goes out and randomly targets like any fucking civilian building or whatever they can find. As a matter of policy.
You can literally just go on a special stream, look for every death, how they were killed, and you're gonna see why. Because I'm not gonna do this because it's gonna take a day.
Do you not think it's important to... Okay, let me ask you a few questions. One, does Hamas fight in civilian clothing or not?
Yes, I admit that.
Right.
I'm not a fan of Hamas.
Yeah, I know you're not a fan of Hamas. Yeah, I know, yeah. And I'm guessing you're also happy to admit that Hamas fights from civilian areas, that they use civilian buildings for their operations, etc. You probably admit that too?
Yeah, they operate in civilian areas.
Okay.
But Israel is like pretending that everything is human shields.
Okay. So even if Israel was operating completely within the law, right? Even if they were acting within the law, do you agree that innocent people would still die?
Yeah, but not on that scale, right?
Okay. How do you know the scale? Why not? What scale would it be? What would the scale be? How many civilians would be killed? Or what would the total death toll be if Israel was acting completely legally? Would it be 10,000, 5,000, 300?
I think it's like 10,000 or 15,000, but definitely not 40,000.
Why 15,000? Why would it be that?
Because Israel has been doing massive airstrikes in Gaza. I told you already that 70% of Gaza is destroyed.
No, but how did you make that calculation? Why do you think the death toll would be 15,000 if Israel was acting within the law?
That's in my opinion.
How did you calculate that? Did you put any thought into that at all? Or did you just come up with a random number that feels good?
Because if you look at the civilians targeting, it's too much. Like more people died in Gaza than in Ukraine.
Isn't 10,000 too much? 10,000 is a lot of dead people. 15,000 is a lot of dead people. 1,000 is a lot of dead people, right? That was the 2006 war with Lebanon. That was Kasled. That was Operation Protective Edge. I mean, Israel got fucking dragged through the mud for those wars, and that's like 1,000 civilians dead in a month. So, or 2,000.
Compare this to 40,000. Listen, there are more people killed in Gaza than in Ukraine. 15,000 only died.
Well, we don't know that because Russia doesn't let people count the dead in places like Mariupol
Yeah, the official death
or Donetsk
rate.
and
Yeah,
Luhansk.
like
Yeah, but the estimated death rate in like single cities might be up to like 50, 60, 70,000, like Mariupol, right? We just don't know. There are like, I think satellite images were able to find like 10,000 new graves. But that's just graves. We didn't even say how many people are in each grave.
Like for example, in Syria, like 300,000 people died in 10 years. Meanwhile, in Gaza, 40,000 people died in 9 months. Like that's crazy.
Why do you think?
Wait, listen, I don't defend Putin. I condemn the Russian invasion. I'm just saying
Yeah, I
that
believe
the
you.
civilian
Yeah.
casualty rate is higher.
We don't know that though. The estimates in Mariupol are like, some of them are between like, they go between 25 and 75,000. The estimates are pretty varied for one city in Ukraine, let alone the entire country. But
I'm just saying
obviously,
the official rate.
again, the Ukraine, obviously one big difference between Russia and Ukraine, even if what you're saying is true, the difference is that when Russia invades Ukraine, the Ukrainian army goes to the front line and fights with Russian soldiers on a front line, and the civilians flee. That can't really happen in Gaza, right? Because because Hamas in the civilian areas are the same. They're in the same places.
Yeah, and Israel's like pretend that you're in a safe zone when they bomb it.
Yeah, I've condemned that. They have bombed the Al Mawasi safe zone like at least a few times, and they
Yeah,
shouldn't
like
have.
they're
Yeah.
committing war crimes. Like nobody is denying that. Even the IDF is not denying that.
I'm pretty sure the IDF hasn't said they're committing war crimes, but they don't, like, you don't need their word for that. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Like you can do a special stream and see the reasons why journalists in Gaza died. Every journalist see the reason. Like there's a Wikipedia article, and you can just Google up every journalist, and you're gonna be surprised.
Okay, well, I'm not really getting many answers from you though, but
Which answers?
I'm trying to think of like a way to communicate the thing that I would need to see is I would need to see a journalist who was killed and the IDF just doesn't say fucking anything and there's no indication of, and they're clearly targeted, like it's a civilian home that's airstriked or a car, and the IDF doesn't say anything, and there's no evidence anywhere even suggesting that they have connections to like Hamas militancy. That's what you need to see. Apparently someone's saying that this guy that you spoke about in Jabalia might have, so I just want to see that evidence. If it's not there, then yeah, the guy might have been targeted for like the wrong reason. He might have been like innocent.
Like the guy I just said, the guy who was just targeted in his house with his family.
Yeah,
He
that's what
has
I'm
no
looking for. Yeah,
connections
yeah.
with Hamas.
That's what I'm okay, so he has no connections with Hamas. Okay.
The majority of the
No,
journalists
wait.
are
So
not
yeah. So you're
affiliated
saying,
with Hamas.
one, double check. I want to make sure that I'm not misrepresenting you. You're saying this guy, Mohammed Abu Jasser, you're saying he had no connections to Hamas, right? The guy from Jabalia.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's have a look.
Like I have multiple. The majority of journalists in Gaza have no connection with Hamas.
1 second. Jasser. All right, what's this? Jasser. July 2024. This is the same date. I think this is the same thing. It was a recent, 20th of July. Okay. So here's an article about a couple of paragraphs about Abu Jasser. A Palestinian journalist working for the Hamas-affiliated newspaper Al Risala and the pro-Hamas newspaper Palestine was killed along with his mother, wife, and at least 2 children in an Israeli airstrike at about 3 a.m. in Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza, according to Palestine news reports and the Beirut-based press SK Skies. I don't know how you say that. Abu Jasser was born on September 7th, 1985, Palestine reported. He obtained a master's degree in journalism from the Islamic University of Gaza and freelanced for multiple outlets, including the privately owned Qatar-funded ultra-Palestine news site and the Abu Dhabi-based magazine Zahrat al-Khalij, it said. Since October 7th, Abu Jasser frequently reported on airstrikes and funerals in northern Gaza. On October 13th, he posted on Facebook, "For me and all my family, we're not leaving." I'm guessing he means North Gaza because that's Jabalia, right? like northern area. On Facebook, Abu Jasser shared multiple emotional posts about the agony of losing his brother Abdullah during the war. His last post was a video of a funeral captioned "Daily Scene in Gaza." On assignment, yes. What does on assignment mean? Hang on. What the fuck does
Wait,
on?
just
Hang
because
on.
he was appealing for Hamas.
No, I know what you're about to say, but you're about to. You actually. I'm probably going to agree with you, but you're moving the goalposts. You said he had no connection to Hamas. Seems like he did. He was like, working for a pro-Hamas newspaper, but.
Yeah, but that's
It
not
seems
Hamas. Like Hamas,
I
like
know.
military.
I'm about to say that that doesn't make him a military target. Yes. Okay. Hang on.
Exactly.
Okay. So.
Like there are many examples. Like he's not the only one. Go
On
to the wiki
assignment means current.
article and you're
Okay,
gonna
right.
see more examples.
1 second. This one has plenty. Okay. Let's see what these guys said about him, and that's him for sure. Wait, is this the guy? No, this isn't the guy who was. No, it's not. All right. Why won't Google Translate do these? It should be doing it automatically, no? English. Okay.
Like I can speak 4 languages.
Nice one. Which 4 languages can you speak?
I speak Dutch, Arabic, also English, a little bit of Kurdish as well.
Oh, an educated man.
Yeah.
Why do you speak Dutch? Do you live in the Netherlands?
I used to live in Belgium for 6 years.
Nice.
In Belgium, they speak 3 languages.
Flemish, Dutch, and French, right?
Yeah, Dutch is like Flemish with different accents.
Okay. Is it counted as different language?
No, it's like accents.
Okay. What's the third language then? If it's just Dutch and French.
No, the German.
Oh, this would be German. Okay. Hello, Sev.
So you're talking about languages, and that's what I geek out about. There's plenty of languages that are pretty much the same exact language that are just named different languages. Like for Balkan countries, for example, like Bosnian, Serbian, Albanian, they practically speak the same exact language, but they all name it different languages. So they do label how some of these languages that are the same language, just different accents, as different languages. Mainly because of politics and the groups of people hate each other.
What do we think about this story, Sev? It looks like...
I don't know much about this guy. I haven't heard about it.
So-
I thought you were talking about, what's his name? Wa'il?
I think
he was called Wa'il.
I think the defense you could make of the IDF here is to say that he was probably given a leaflet way in like October fucking 10th or whatever to flee the north, and he chose not to. But the one that goes against the IDF, hang on, the one that goes against the IDF is that it doesn't seem like he was collateral damage. It seems like they targeted his house.
Listen, is it a justification then to go?
Did they target his house just because of him?
Apparently, it's his family home. Who else would be there? Unless he's hiding a fucking... Unless so there's 2 ways that he's a legitimate... Or 3, maybe. 1, obviously, is he's a journalist and a militant. 2 is he's sheltering militants in his house. And 3 is, I guess, his journalism is actually, like, part of the fucking incitement campaign for Hamas. Like, because, like, some journalists can cross over like that. Like, you're not just completely off the hook because you're a journalist. Some journalists can reach the level of being part of, like, the propaganda fucking infrastructure or whatever that's part of the war effort. But I don't think I see any evidence of any of these, apart from just, like, I have to look at these, whatever these journalistic sources are, if they are actually, like,
Or the
enough
fourth
to...
reason for no fucking reason.
Hold on. Does he have any connection to Hamas? Like, even not as a militant?
Well, it says that he... Hang on. Which is the most detailed article? They found multiple tunnels in people's homes. Well, I know Jabalia's got tunnels fucking everywhere. Yes, I know that, because that's where 2 of those buildings were destroyed.
Okay, Corey, I'm not talking about like a Hamas-affiliated newspaper. Is he directly affiliated with Hamas?
Yeah, because you can't target someone because they write for a Hamas, like a pro-Hamas newspaper or an
Yeah,
affiliated.
you can't kill someone for doing propaganda. Is he affiliated with Hamas? Even if he's not a militant, if he's affiliated with Hamas, yeah, he would be considered a target. But if he's just affiliated with a news network that is affiliated with Hamas, I don't know if that serves as a target for the IDF. I don't think so.
I really want to know how the IDF makes these decisions, like when it comes
Well,
to
yeah,
propaganda, because I know media stations, like if it's a Hamas-controlled media station, you can argue that that is a military target because they are part of the propaganda campaign. Like they motivate soldiers and they give them like a sense of direction. Nasrallah, that's why he's a target, right? It's not just because he's the leader or political leader. It's because of his speeches, right? It's because his speeches are part of the fucking war effort. Yeah. But this guy, I have no idea.
This is part of the criticism I had last time, if you don't remember, when the Central Kitchen got airstrike by, and remember how Israel was like saying it was a mistake, etc., etc., etc. Remember I told you that like for majority of the time, if a mistake happens and the like victims are Palestinian, there's probably not going to be even any big like deeper dive on it. Like ignoring it is probably
exactly.
Well, hold on. They're probably like them ignore it is probably the best they can do for publicity, because like people will never be able to. The only people that will be like, oh, this one is 100% innocent are the ones that also do Hamas propaganda. There will never be someone who is like objectively looking at and analyzing these people getting killed would be like, oh, we absolutely know for sure he's not Hamas, or we absolutely know for sure he's Hamas when this is the only time, or he deserve like he was a target. So like for them to ignore it is probably the best course of action in terms of like publicity, and that's the main criticism I have for how they operate in the war. One of the main criticisms.
Bro, I should have said
The
that
Al Jazeera.
earlier.
Here's a question
That's
actually.
argument.
Here's a question for what the fuck do you? What's hang on. Tiger, a question for you is just double checking. Why did why doesn't Al Jazeera mention that he works for Hamas affiliated media? Why don't they say that? What do you think?
I actually don't know. I didn't read.
No, you do know. Wait.
Article.
You do know. You do know why Al Jazeera wouldn't even mention that that he works for Hamas affiliated media.
Because they have some Hamas sympathies, maybe.
Well, Al Jazeera does.
Yeah, I don't deny that.
Okay. Why? But people in my chat are being really annoying now, because now I think people have gone from saying, "Oh, but he worked for Hamas media," but now they're saying, "Oh, actually, there might have been tunnels underneath the house." Like, you need to pick one reason. Like, the fuck's sake.
Your chat are full of idiots. Your chat is full of idiots.
It's not about them being full of. There's his chat being full of idiots. It's honestly, I see this a lot from Israelis. Yeah, it's like they start listing all the reasons that it could have possibly been a justification for an airstrike without knowing much about the situation. They just start listing whatever they think that the IDF normally strikes for, and they just say every single reason without knowing which one is true. So most of them don't know. Stop fucking insulting people. They said they don't know. They're just listing possible reasons.
I have a question. Tiger, if it turned out that there was this house actually got destroyed because there was a tunnel, they were targeting a tunnel network underneath it, and like there was no way to hit the tunnel without hitting the building, would that change your opinion on this?
If you show me evidence.
No. Yeah, I'm asking if you were shown evidence, would that change your opinion?
Hypothetically.
Or would you say you can't just kill 4 civilians to destroy a tunnel?
Listen, that's the only way I'm gonna justify this. If there is a tunnel underneath.
Okay. Well.
Only then is the IDF justified to blow things up.
Really? You think so? I disagree. What? To kill 4 people for just infrastructure? I completely disagree.
Well, it's infrastructure that's used to kill people, though, right? Like,
yeah, of course, but you don't know if it's actively being used or not. They don't know they know the approximate area.
I'd assume they'd have to know, right? If it's in Jabalia, it's probably being used, no?
I mean, yeah, it's probably being used. Like, likely chance of it being used for sure.
But yeah, again, if the IDF are saying like there's
Yes,
an
sure.
abandoned tunnel that's not going to get used by fucking Hamas ever, let's just destroy it anyway and take out a
Sheriff,
family.
Israel is my favorite country.
Wait. Someone in chat is saying, "Show me evidence you don't hate Jews, Tiger." I don't hate Jews. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
There you go.
All right, how many
gave it
Jewish
to you.
friends do you have,
Okay,
Tiger? Tiger, how many Jewish friends do you have?
I don't have friends, but I don't hate Jews.
God damn it. You don't have friends across the board, or just Jewish friends?
I don't have Jewish friends, but I.
Okay, well, here's another way you can prove it. Name 10 Jews right now.
Albert Einstein.
Oh,
what
good
the
choice. I
fuck,
wouldn't have thought of him.
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders Jewish?
Yeah, of course he's fucking Jewish.
Fuck.
Zelensky.
Right.
He just knows like the figureheads.
Who's he supposed to know?
I don't know, his local barber like I do.
In Iraq.
You don't know who survived there?
Yeah, sure.
They're
He's
not
actually
Jews in
he's
Iraq.
actually going to say Finkel Goldenstein.
No, well, their
from,
names wouldn't be Finkel Goldenstein.
The 19-year-old student who goes to university in fucking Glasgow. Yeah, him.
Hold on. Their name would actually be like Musa Abdullah.
Okay.
If they're like an Iraqi Jew.
Yeah.
No, but good job. You named 3. I'm proud of you.
Nice
I believe you're not anti-Semitic anymore, Prager.
Oh.
You've convinced everybody in chat, I'm sure.
Fucking idiots.
True. Okay. Listen, is this your first time in the community, Tiger?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, I hope you enjoy yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll stick
Was
around?
it-
Listen,
do you think you'll talk to people and make friends? Do you want to? What if you end up making a Jewish friend in
friends.
Discord?
Listen, I just look the reasons how the journalists died. There's a Wikipedia article I
The
sent
generals?
to you. The journalists died.
Oh, journalists.
Look the Wikipedia article. You find all different reasons.
I do want to ask you something, Tiger. Would you attribute like people unjustified killing of Palestinians in Gaza to like a systemic part of the IDF, or IDF soldiers not following what the IDF says and going out of their way to take revenge? Or
Like,
maybe
this is not the
mistakes,
first time.
but okay, or maybe it's mistakes within like what happened with World Central Kitchen was a mistake, as in like they didn't want to do it, but they definitely like targeted at them.
It's not the first time Israel is doing this.
It doesn't matter if it's the first
October
time.
7th.
It doesn't matter if that's the first time or like the 100th time. I'm asking you, what do you think it is? Do you think it is just the IDF themselves have a law in place? Hey, Palestinians who wear journalist vests, shoot them on sight, or do you think there's IDF soldiers who are sometimes evil or out for revenge, who do target these people that they shouldn't target according to the IDF?
It can be both. For example, Shireen Abu Akleh. She was shot for covering the situation.
You're not
in the
answering my
West Bank.
question again. You're not answering my question. I'm saying, do you think it's a part of the IDF as the whole army goes by this law, or do you think there's just bad apples per se in the IDF that do these things despite the IDF saying no? And there's a bigger argument to make there that the IDF doesn't actually punish people for doing these bad things, not punish appropriately at least. But the IDF never, like, it doesn't have a law that says, hey, shoot journalists, or they don't encourage people to shoot journalists.
I think the first one, because there was no justice for Shireen Abu Akleh. The soldier was never arrested.
Yeah, no, we know there's no justice. Like, I know there's I don't know if you understand my question. I'm saying, do you think it's evil soldiers, or a whole army being evil?
I don't know how to answer this question. It's
It's
the
either
majority
bad
of them can be.
Okay, well, here, I'll help you. It's either evil soldiers or a systemic army issue where the army themselves give orders to kill journalists or kill innocent people?
I think this.
Scarlet, it was confirmed to be the IDF by American sources, and then later by the IDF themselves.
I think it can be the IDF itself because, for example, if you look at settlements, when settlers target Palestinians, the IDF is not doing anything. Like they're just watching and defending the settlers from the villagers.
What about in Gaza?
Settlers?
No, in Gaza, does the IDF, like, what he's asking you is, in Gaza, are the IDF, like, ordered from the top down to kill innocent people, or does it just happen because people are breaking the rules?
Hey, Loner, I'm gonna message you an article that you can you just show on stream?
Sure. There is a hang on. Is Jabalia, is that in Gaza City, or is it part of the municipality, or is it outside?
I don't know much about Gaza's like geolocations.
You know who does?
But I think it's.
Do you know who does?
No, he needs to do his time.
My estranged
he
son.
needs to do his time.
I know he needs to do his time. I'm just saying, okay? The Jabalia doesn't probably count as Gaza City. Does it?
It probably counts as Gaza City.
Okay.
My estranged. Did you say son, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess they do because it's like it seems to encompass. Is there like a municipality map or something? Because it's not really. Usually, when you look at Gaza and the main locations, you got Gaza City, then North Gaza. So I guess it is because what I'm interested in is like I noticed this recently that even for very like individual strikes, you'll usually have an IDF comment somewhere, like if a building is destroyed. So I can see here, there's a press release on the IDF website. It's updated like daily, so they do have one from the date that journalist was killed. It says, but I don't know if this is Jabalia because it says Gaza City area. They're saying hidden weapons located in a multi-story building and a terrorist apartment in the Gaza City area. 3rd Brigade, 8th Brigade, Commander Brigade, multidimensional unit, conducted operations and carried out searches in an area being used by Hamas to rebuild its military inside UNRWA headquarters. So I wonder what I just want to see what. We're just looking at one day of combat here and just seeing. So this is the bomb falling on the residential building. This is in Nuseirat, though, because that's not Jabalia. Is that how you say it, or is it Jabalia?
Jabalia.
Jabalia. I heard one Arab person say
Jabalia.
Okay.
Jabalia? No, there's no
I knew I heard someone say it that way. I'm not retarded. All right.
It's possible.
But Jabalia. Okay. No armed resistance. Okay.
Jabal means mountain in Arabic.
Jabal means mountain in Arabic.
Right.
Jabal, just Jabal.
So this guy shelling northern Gaza. Okay, so this was. What's this video from? This
Israeli airstrikes level residential buildings in Al Nuseirat in central Gaza.
Okay.
The hostages don't care.
Okay, that doesn't tell you about Jabal. Okay, what's this? That's
what are you
settlers.
specifically looking about?
There's an IDF press release from the same day that journalist was killed. So I want to see if they say anything about Jabalia.
What's the date?
20th of July. Let's see what they say here. Multi-story building raided. They don't actually. Is Nuseirat, is that in northern Gaza? Is that in Gaza City as well?
Not sure. Hold on.
Nukba uniforms.
Like, I have another example of a journalist being killed. He's not the only one.
Hang on. Do you realize how far we have to go to just find details about one? Hang on. So
like, there are 131.
Yeah, no. Searching a terrorist house with a drone. And this is weapons workshop in the area. They haven't said which particular area, though. This fucking bullshit. It's a really. Why are the IDF so shit? Hang on. Let's see.
It's
The
a bunch of
troops.
18-year-olds. Give them a break.
True.
Wow.
But I think this is wait. You can look at these buildings that were hit. I think this is the Nuseirat ones. Is it this row of buildings in a kind of angled shape? Is that the same buildings? No, it's not.
Israel.
I don't think it is. So where the fuck are these? No, it might be because there's a gap and then there's another building. I can't
Look at
tell.
the
I
gap.
can't geolocate
Look at the
that
other
shit.
one.
I can't geolocate.
Oh yeah,
this
you
for
can't
shit.
see. You can't see the like smaller buildings between the gap because there is a smaller building between them.
But this isn't like angled in the same way. This is like it goes
Yeah.
building and then space. Whereas this one is no, it is. This must be the same one, right? Because there's the smaller build. Wait, and then there's another building. No, but the other building behind it doesn't look exactly the same. I don't
Okay,
think.
can you
Fuck it,
can you
I'm
please
never
just
gonna-
open up
Oh, sorry.
the article I sent you
Yeah.
because Scarlett is annoying the shit out
Is
of
there
me.
an AI thing that? Oh, this is the Israeli military admitting that Shireen Abu Akleh was killed by Israeli fire, but they won't charge soldiers. Let's see.
Yeah, which Scarlett's claiming
They're
that the
never
IDF
charged
never took blame for it.
So they did take
Especially
blame for it.
settlers.
For the first
They
time,
did
Israel
take
is
blame.
Hang on,
admitting there
I'm
is a
watching the
high
video,
possibility one of its soldiers shot and killed Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Abu Akleh was wearing a vest labeled press when she was killed during an Israeli military operation in May. CNN's Hadass Gold is live for us in Jerusalem. Hadass, tell us what Israel is now saying and just how long it took them to get to this point.
Well, Brianna, this is a long-awaited report. It's been nearly 4 months since Shireen Abu Akleh was killed while covering that Israeli military operation in the West Bank. And this IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces investigation, essentially comes to the same conclusion that several investigations, including CNN's own, has come to. And I'll read to you from part of this report. They say it appears that it is not possible to unequivocally determine the source of the gunfire which hit and killed Ms. Abu Akleh. However, there is a high possibility that Ms. Abu Akleh was accidentally hit by IDF gunfire fired towards suspects identified as armed Palestinian gunmen during an exchange of fire. Now, what the IDF says is that they believe that it was a soldier in an armored military vehicle who had a limited range of sight and was south of where Shireen Abu Akleh was standing, who fired that fatal shot. Now, they say that the soldier had no idea that he was firing towards journalists and thought he was firing towards Palestinian militants who were firing at the soldiers. This despite the fact that it's very clear in the images and videos we've seen.
Okay. Well, why were we watching that? Because someone said the IDF didn't take responsibility for.
Because there's
Shireen.
some people saying that the IDF never took responsibility for it, and it's just conspiracy, and we're just spreading misinformation, and they just want to say that I'm spreading misinformation.
Okay. There's no story from the IDF, I don't think, on this particular guy. He might have been, but this says it's from a different place. So wait, hang on. Wait. One more check.
Listen, first Israel denies killing Shireen Abu Akleh, then later they admit it, but they don't give justice to the family and don't arrest the soldier who killed her. That's
Yeah,
a fact.
They definitely don't, do they? Yeah. It's a big problem. Yeah, I don't know. So conclusions, it seems to be that if this story is true about this like if this guy was targeted for being a Hamas affiliated journalist, I'd say that is a criminal act by the IDF, because you shouldn't target people for doing that.
This isn't related, but
But we
people
don't know
have
if
been
there's any other
asking.
information. The IDF hasn't provided it, so fuck them. Whatever.
People have been wanting to ask Tiger, to ask him about the Jewish community in Iraq.
Listen.
Okay, that's the last thing, and then we go.
Okay. First, when the monarchy was overthrown, Abdul Karim Qasim came to power. The Jewish population improved, but after he was overthrown, everyone left because of the dictatorship there. So I condemn what happened. Just like I condemn the Nakba. I condemn that.
Based. You condemn the Farhud then, right?
Who's Farhud?
The Farhud. That's what they named.
Wait! Don't tell him what it is. What's the? Do you know what the Farhud is? In Iraq.
Farhud?
Yeah. 1941.
Ah, you mean the massacre?
Yeah. Okay, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I condemn that.
Okay.
Of course.
Do people in Iraq not know what you mean when you say Farhud?
Like it's forgotten.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Does anyone else have any last quick memes?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Where can I contact Destiny if like
In
I
his
want to debate
Discord.
him?
Yeah, join his Discord or go into destiny.gg.
I went to his Discord.
Okay. Ask around, ask how you just say you've got arguments about Palestine and you want to talk, and someone will tell you where to go.
Okay. Yalla, have a nice day.
Okay. Take care, buddy.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
But may your son absolve himself of his sins.
It's gonna
He
take
is Christian. He's gonna go to church today and ask for forgiveness.
It's gonna take a long time. I think it's gonna take a while.
Listen,
These things don't
isn't
happen
there a thing
overnight.
where? Isn't there something where they can pay money to get rid of sins in Christianity?
Probably.
All right, he'll do that.
Okay.
Anyway, chat you.
Bye bye. Okay. Does someone want to do a hang on. Does someone want to do a Hamas style obituary for the loss of Sundowner? Do you know what I'm talking about? The obituaries. Any creative writers? Like one of these. The ones that I use for my research on Castlight and March of Return. Anyway. What is this? Some people said I'm coping because of the strikes. Wait, what? I don't know. People say Netanyahu wants a war. Bro, you don't know Netanyahu. Netanyahu is not a start a war with fucking Lebanon politician. That's not what he is. He's a status quo politician. What Netanyahu wants, probably more than anything else from Hezbollah, is that once every month they fire like 2 anti-tanks that hit a fucking forest and start a fire, and then they can keep voters scared enough to keep voting right wing, and nothing else happens. That's what Netanyahu actually wants from Hezbollah. He doesn't want to fucking invade Lebanon. You fucking mental? Netanyahu's dream situation is whatever the situation currently is, continuing. Like that's what he has always opted for. That's what he's always been criticized for the left and for the right. Okay. Suppose that's true, Learner Box. Can't argue with that. No getting around that. Is Chud still doing Sanderhall content?
Underage Marky. Marky is the name of this girl, apparently.
Sam
the video
Hyde
below shows
allegations.
his weird injection of
Oh,
personal...
okay. Is that... No, I don't want to do more fucking... Please watch the Trump interview. Oh, is there a Trump interview? Streamed 1 hour ago. What, from Nabj? That one? Nabj? Is it with the black people? Not gonna lie, guys. I'm really fucking tired today. Whoa. The racist Trump interview. I don't even know if I have the energy for a fucking racist Trump interview. Maybe I'll watch that tomorrow. Trump talks to the black people. The criminal terrorist Zionist regime, he should have said treacherous. I like it when they say treacherous. Martyred our dear guest in our territory and has caused our grief, but it has also prepared the ground for a severe punishment. Careful, it's a helicopter. Oh no. Gosh. God. The fuck? He's sprogging out. Hmm. Hang on. We'll get another Hebrew tweet from him. What? What do you think Hamas will do to the hostages? Oh, that's actually a good question. Probably try to keep them alive so that they can bargain with them. I don't know. Out of interest. It's always funny. It's always interesting to see what how strong the drama really is. Because some things can seem like high magnitude, but you don't actually know. 200, 500, 200. That is not a very big sub loss. What happened in December? This was Keffel's 4,000. Huh. I lost 40 subs when Demon Mama blew up on me. So all in all, 900. It's actually not that damaging. 100,000 views? Do you think he'll be fine? Do you think he'll be fine? He's getting like for a channel, like a live stream channel, 100 new subs a day is actually decent. That's not bad. Just a flesh wound. How many live viewers does he get concurrent? I don't know. Honestly, concurrent viewers doesn't seem to correlate that much at all with the rest of the channel success for me. Like, concurrent viewers doesn't affect sub growth or doesn't seem to affect the overall channel view count either, or the views of the segments. Concurrent viewership is just like it's a scam. That's what it is. You guys are worthless to me. That's what I'm trying to say. Concurrent viewer count just means more fucking active chat, which makes the segments more entertaining. And it also means that I appreciate you guys, obviously. Likewise. Wow! Okay. Should I just stick to what I said we would do? I think that's what I should do. Which is 265 viewers who rated. Fuck! That's really, wow, that's so mean. 265 viewers who rated. God damn it. You disgusting fuck animals. No, what I want to do is, I want to watch Destiny Prager. Apparently, there was a bit of a bloodbath. Is that true? Is that true? Oh, David Pacman hosted it.
Well,
That's
today
really, 1 second. He turned into a tomato. I saw the memes. He did turn red. That was very funny. 1 second. I'm going to get a drink and go bathroom, and then we are going to lock the fuck in, okay? 1 minute. Un momento. Bye-bye. Okay. Dennis Prager, professor and brainchild of Prager University. Let's go.
Have something exceedingly special, I would say. We are going to be speaking with Dennis Prager, host of the Dennis Prager Show. He's been on with me before, co-founder of PragerU, and also Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II, known to some just as Destiny, known to some as Stephen, online streamer, gamer, political commentator. It's really great to have both of you on, and we've been working on this for a little bit, so many things have transpired since we kind of decided we were going to do this. So just to start somewhere and get the state of American politics right now, we had this assassination attempt against the former president, which, as I say, I am really glad did not succeed, because I want to defeat people with votes rather than bullets. That being said, Stephen, you've been criticized because you said you did not feel, and I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, particular sympathy for what happened to Donald Trump, in part because when the victims have been on the left, you do not feel that there has been sympathy equivalent to that from the right. Can you tell me if I'm correct in characterizing what you said, and maybe tell us what you feel now?
Yeah, I think that conservatives, especially under Donald Trump, have been responsible for increasing the hostility and the political divisions in this country in an unprecedented way over the past 8 years. I don't think that's just a byproduct of what Trump does. I think that's explicitly and specifically why people like Donald Trump. It's because he bullies people, he calls people names, he's, and he's boisterous, he's loud, he's angry, he represents what you really, he says what you want to hear. So if that side is going to engage in that on the rhetorical level, and then on the policy level, if you've got people who, attempt to coup the government, lead an insurrection on January 6th in order to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power, when violent things start happening, it's very hard to look at that side and go, my God, I feel so horrible that these things are happening, because this is like exactly where your rhetoric leads. Like, where else would it go to but this?
What do you think, Dennis?
So it's interesting. In preparing for this, I got to know Stephen a little better. And I watched him and Ben Shapiro for about 10, 15 minutes, and it was excellent. And one of the things that I think you, Stephen, noted was the staggering, I remember you used the word brain, but I don't remember the other term, about the staggering difference between left and right. And it's definitely one arena where you and I would agree that you believe that the hate-filled rhetoric and divisive rhetoric of this country is largely due to Donald Trump rather than to the left, does offer what I always say, and I have for 40 years on my radio show, I prefer clarity to agreement. We have great clarity in that you believe that. I think it is beyond belief that you believe that. If it weren't for Donald Trump, there would be just as much divisiveness in this country. When you call virtually everybody who is conservative deplorable, when you arrest for the first time in American history the leading candidate of the opposition party and a former president, when you paint,
I feel like it definitely matters whether or not the president committed crimes. No. I love that. The president can commit like so many crimes, many crimes, and it's an escalation if under the next administration he gets arrested. It's just fucking insane.
The would-be president or a presidential candidate, as the New Republic, one of the leading left-wing magazines, does, as Hitler, and use the term regularly when the inaugural address of...
It's amazing that that a guy can quote Hitler, whether intentionally or not, or he can share and signal boost a promotional video that describes his hypothetical future presidency as a unified Reich. But people comment on it, and that's seen as escalation. Fuck me, man. These guys are... It's like when you get those people who will... It's like an abuser tactic. Fuck, I'm using the word. When there's a tendency that like abusive people will do this particular tactic, which is to calmly and politely, or even nicely, say something to you that is basically just like the perfect thing to say to like trigger you, to set you the fuck off. And then when you react, like you raise your voice, whatever, they're just like, whoa, what are you What are you doing? Whoa, let's chill, okay? Just chill. But the Republicans do that, except they're not even calmly doing it. Republicans just actually raise the volume and start screaming. The Republicans is like if someone starts fucking screaming at you and you scream back and they're like, whoa, 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 calm down, bro, calm down. You're gonna be out of hand here. Why are you being so aggressive with me? That's how the fuck? I don't know. It's insane. It's too much. Why are people telling me to react to Vosh's Lebanon take from last night? What did Vosh say about Lebanon yesterday? Did he did it matter? Is it important? Okay.
Joe Biden, easily the most divisive president in American history, spoke of white supremacy as a threat to America.
That's you guys.
And meaning, obviously, those who vote for Donald Trump. And then say Donald Trump is responsible. If Donald Trump had been assassinated, God forbid, and I would say God forbid about Joe Biden as well, there would be not one diminution in the divisive rhetoric coming from the left. If Ron DeSantis were the nominee, he would be called Hitler as well.
So, Dennis, to be clear, you're saying you just disagree. You agree with Stephen that there is a difference in terms of violent rhetoric and incitement to violence from left and right, but you believe it is the left that has been inciting the violence, not the right. Stephen?
It's just a deeply unserious opinion. There's no way to factually engage with that. Donald Trump is literally known in the entire world as being the guy that makes fun of people. He literally is the guy that gives
he said something about Beirut being a colonial stronghold. Colonial from who? Who's colonizing Beirut? Like under the Ottomans or what? Maybe I'll have to. Might be fun.
Nicknames, divisive nicknames or derogatory nicknames to his political opponents. Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Hillary.
I don't know if he said that.
What did he say about Ted Cruz's dad might have been the Zodiac? He just says so many out of pocket things and then it's another world. I don't know if conservatives listening actually believe this, but when people say things like, oh yeah, Joe Biden is so unbelievably divisive. Really? Joe Biden, the guy that gets on stage and that we've seen has trouble stringing together sentences. This is the insanely divisive president of fiery rhetoric. When he gets on stage and he's like, MAGA Americans. And when I say MAGA, I don't mean everybody. I just mean the ones that deny the election, right? This is the guy that's insanely divisive. But when Trump says things like, well, there was the Second Amendment, they're coming for that and we can't do anything about it. Well, maybe the Second Amendment people, can, and everybody laughs. But when Joe Biden in a private meeting to donors says, we need to put a bullseye on Donald Trump, that's violent rhetoric. Give me a break. That's just
what about that, Dennis? Opinion. I mean, what you mentioned the reference to white nationalism or white supremacy in Joe Biden's inauguration speech, but what else has Joe Biden done in your view to incite violence?
Oh, I didn't say he incited violence. I thought the issue was divisiveness. Who is more responsible for divisive? Also, Donald Trump is one man. Calling people Sleepy Joe or Little Marco is not in the same moral ballpark as calling people Nazis and depicting your opponent as New Republic in its last issue painted Donald Trump as Hitler. The staggering amount of lies. It's the whole left world. Donald Trump is one man. The whole left is filled with hate.
Trump is the entire Republican Party. They're all locked up. Even the fucking Republican media. Even the ones who don't actually like Trump, like fucking Ben Shapiro and all that. He toes the line with Trump more or less because that's he has to. He's captured by it. He'd be out of a fucking job if he was an anti-Trump conservative. The Democrats, when they have extremism barely in their party with the fucking squad and whatever, they either temper it or they're just a minority. The Democrats, precisely because they didn't allow far left extremism to fucking permeate through the entire party, the far left hates them. The far left tells you not to vote for anyone. The extreme left, the MAGA equivalent of the left, whatever they are, they tell people to not even vote. It's so incomparable. Fuck you, man. God. Also, the examples he's giving are so shit. This is the reason Dennis Prager is in this headspace is because he thinks every Democrat is a communist, which is so ironic. But yeah,
The lie that Donald Trump said that there were fine people who were Nazis in Charlottesville. Even Snopes, which is left of center, in its fact checking said it was false that he ever said that the Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people. He wasn't referring to them. The New York.
who is he referring to at Charlotte? It's like he didn't say the Nazis were fine people. I think what's the Snopes article say? I'm interested because he did say that at the protests there were fine people on both sides, but one of the sides was literally a bunch of people chanting "Jews will not replace us" and "Gas the Caselers." Unless there's a detail I'm missing. At Charlottesville, it was 2 days, right? There was the tiki torches at night on October 11th, August 11th, and 12th was the day protest where James Alex Fields ran that girl over, Heather Heyer. And the Unite the Right rally was literally organized by like Richard Spencer, like these guys, David Duke. These guys were like the leading figures of it. Claims spread like wildfire. Biden. He did say there were very fine people on both sides, meaning both the protesters and counter-protesters. He also condemned neo-Nazis and white nationalists outright, said he was specifically referring to those who only participate in the statue protest. This is also after what, like 4 or 5 days of him not saying anything? Let's see. What did he actually say in the full video?
On both sides, sir. You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Neo-Nazis started this. They showed up in Charlottesville. They showed up in Charlottesville
Excuse me.
to protest.
Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as neo, and you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group. Excuse me. I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name.
Robert E. Lee are not the same.
Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, excuse me, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson?
He's debate broing the fuck out of them.
What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue.
Woke
so
Trump.
You know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly?
No.
I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before.
The counter to what he's saying is that when there's a whole video of like these Unite the Right people chanting, like all of them are marching around saying Jews will not replace us. And then the next day, there's like the Unite the Right rally when there are people doing chants, like there's a guy who eggs them on to chant "Gas the Caselers," and they all do it. Like Who were these people who were just there, like who were anti-Nazi, who just wanted to protest the statue thing? Because it feels like they either left because there was fucking Nazis all over the place, or they stayed and just chanted along with, or just quietly walked along with the Nazis.
If you look, they were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, you know, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you that...
Who had a permit? Did Unite the Right not have a permit? Is that what, who's he talking to? It was a Unite the Right rally. Iran announced round 2 with Israel, drones and rocket strike apparently. Damn. I spelled that wrong anyway. Did they have a permit? Washington, D.C., it's a different thing. Did they... Who didn't have a permit? Jason Kessler? They would approve it was moved to the McIntyre Park. Safety concerns. He relocated, the city overruled him. Charlottesville was sued on First Amendment grounds. Emergency injunction, declaring that the Unite the Rally could go forward as originally planned. He's saying the leftist counter-protesters didn't have a permit. I thought he was saying that the Nazis didn't have a permit, but the nice right-wingers did. Wait, the left-wingers, they had permits as well. Oh, but he said they didn't need protest. The counter-protest didn't need permits to protest at the Lee Park rally. What's he saying there then? Falsely stated that counter demonstrators lacked a permit. Okay, yeah, so it was wrong. They didn't need permits to protest in Lee Park. What, if one protest group gets a permit, can the counter protesters just go without a permit? Is that how it works? He's talking about the Tiki Torch rally, though. He said he watched the march. Huh. What does this say? White nationalist protesters had a permit, the others didn't. There were people in the rally. I looked the night before. Yeah, they were protesting quietly. He's lying. They were saying Jews will not replace us, motherfucker. Some bad ones. This was organized by fucking like Richard Spencer and shit. What the? Why did Snopes not qualify that? This is a long fact check. They had official permission either from the court or from the city. If he did mean the Friday march, he's seriously distorting the torch lighting march by saying participants were protesting very quietly. Yeah, this is the Jews will not replace us one. God. Fuck's sake.
New York Times continues that lie to today. Joe Biden said that's the reason he ran for president, because of that horrific statement. The lying from the left and lying of smearing. This is not just Donald Trump. This is not just Joe Biden. The left smears. That's what they do. When I spoke at Arizona State University a year and a half ago, 34 professors of the 42 at the college that I spoke to at Arizona State said people should not attend because I am a bigot and a homophobe and an Islamophobe and a racist and this. That's all they do. I invited all of them onto my radio show. Any one of you 34, all 34 can come on my radio show. Not one accepted the invitation. Did one invite me into their classroom? Of course not. So constantly referring to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is nothing compared to the whole world, from the New York Times to Joe Biden. The world of the left is a world filled with smearing hate.
Stephen, let me give you the last word on this before we move on.
Yeah, I mean, if Biden was invited to speak about a particular BLM riot, and Biden would have ever uttered the words Antifa, stand back and stand by, like Donald Trump said for Proud Boys, stand back and stand by, I think that the conservative sphere of media would have erupted in anger. If you want to talk about like who's more divisive or not, you just need look no further than the legislation passed in Congress. You know, President Trump ran for how long on repeal and replace the ACA? He wasn't able to replace it. He ran for how long on infrastructure? Biden was the one that passed that bill. Donald Trump didn't. And in terms of Donald Trump just being one man, Donald Trump
infrastructure is so manly as well, like bridges and roads and shit. Like everyone loves infrastructure, and you're so mogged as a Republican if someone else does it and you don't. Fuck.
was not just one man. Donald Trump is the entirety of the conservative party right now. And if you're a conservative politician or if you're in conservative media, you absolutely know that because you either toe his line or you are destroyed.
I want to talk a little bit about what's happening now with the presidential race, which has been upended by Joe Biden deciding that he is not going to seek re-election. Dennis, I know from listening to you that you are not likely someone who is going to vote for the current vice president to be the next president of the United States. I don't think that'll come as a shock to our audience. What I am curious about is, do you see her as simply an elected official running a campaign with whom you disagree, or do you believe that there is the sort of danger of a Kamala Harris presidency that some associate with another presidency for Donald Trump?
The little dimples, or whatever you call them, from his mouth, his wrinkles, I guess, they kind of make it look like he just has a really sad face all the time. Do you see that? He just looks like he's incredibly sad, like cartoonishly sad all the time.
I didn't get the part on the Donald Trump. Do I see her as
His
a dangerous...
trenches.
There is a view that Donald Trump represents a threat to democracy, and that's a phrase that we hear frequently.
Oh, I see, yeah. So
I'm curious whether you see Kamala Harris simply as an elected official you disagree with, or do you feel that the word threat or danger applies?
Yeah, my position and my last column actually was on this subject. To me, it is completely irrelevant which leftist runs.
Really?
Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Gavin Newsom. It is completely irrelevant. They're utterly interchangeable. All leftists damage everything they touch. This has been true from Lenin until the current leftists, wherever they are.
How the fuck does he get away with this? It's so retarded. Like, fuck me. Like, Leninists and Gavin Newsom, bro, these guys don't really, they don't get along, okay? Bernie Sanders is not left-wing enough for Leninists.
Not liberals. I have great respect for liberals. I think they're naive, but I have great respect for them. Liberalism and conservatism have a great deal in common. Liberalism has nothing in common with leftism. Leftism hates liberalism. Leftism is illiberalism, anti-liberalism.
Oh, that's
so
a destiny pick.
I don't care who the leftist is who runs, whether it's Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or somebody else. They are utterly interchangeable. Same with Joe Biden. It doesn't matter to me. I listed in one of my columns 25 institutions that the left is destroying, from the universities to the high schools to the elementary schools to the American Medical Association, which has announced that no birth certificate should list the sex of a child because we don't know what the sex is. The child will determine later. That's the American Medical Association, because the left has taken over the AMA. The left has taken over just about everything and destroyed everything, from the Boy Scouts to military recruitment, to music, to art, to architecture. Leftism is a shark. It's a destruction machine.
So
okay, that's a lot, Dennis. Let's allow Stephen to weigh in on that, and a couple of specific points that Dennis made there.
He's just
one is that there's an interchangeability to who is the Democratic candidate. Number two, that leftism destroys everything it touches. And number three, he mentioned Leninism
Not
sort
the
of in the
Boy
same
Scouts.
breath as modern Democrats. Do you think that's an apt analogy?
I fully agree with Dennis that illiberal people are a danger to society. Right now, there's only one like very popular illiberal candidate. That is easily Donald Trump. When you want to talk about people destroying democratic institutions, I would argue that probably one of the
I want to hear your thoughts on whether or not teachers should feel obligated to tell parents if their kids change name or pronoun. Destiny thinks teachers should tell parents that. Yeah, that's the general rule. Yeah, you should, as quickly as possible. That's the guidelines in Scotland. And Scotland's very progressive on it. It makes sense. But there's a caveat. If you have any fucking inkling that there's abuse going on in the household, and if the kid doesn't want to, if the kid says no, this is how I think it's understood in Scottish guidelines, is that you try to get the parents involved, but if the kid says no, you try and find out why. If they don't want to tell you why, you have to assume that there's a risk that there's a bad reason for that there might be like abuse going on in the household, or they don't trust their parents to not be homophobic or whatever. So you generally would hold off and then just try and ask them at a different time. Yeah. I don't think you should be obligated to tell them like unconditionally. You have to, but I think in Scotland, as long as you ask the child, then I think you're good to go, because usually the child is the one who would know best about like if they say no, they'd have a reason for it. I don't know.
most important institutions that we have in the United States.
Unless they've been brainwashed into thinking that because their parents are liberal, they'll actually be really transphobic and genocide them. I don't know, but it's probably unlikely to go that way.
The vote is the idea, the concept of the peaceful transfer of power. Donald Trump, in multiple ways, whether it was by encouraging people to lie and submit false electorate votes to Congress, whether it was through a multi-channel pressure against his vice president, of which Pence has come out and spoken plenty about, to get Pence to throw away the actual votes on January 6th. Whether it was getting his attorney generals to write a letter to different states to lie about them having found voter fraud, whether it was Donald Trump lying to the American public, to Raffensperger, to people, to state legislatures in Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico, like all of these things, all of these actions were taken to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power, which I think is probably one of the cornerstones of a liberal democracy, of a democratic republic, of a constitutional republic, where we are allowed to vote on a change in leadership and where that leadership is expected to back down or step down if they've lost the vote. So insofar as illiberalism is a huge threat in this country, I agree, but it is exclusively coming from the right now. I don't think that the leftist candidates are leftist at all and that they're socialist or communist. Ironically, as Prager was complaining about calling everybody a Nazi, I know that Republicans have been in the business of calling everybody a communist for decades. I know because I grew up as a Republican and I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh talk about the commies every single day. So this idea that all of these candidates on the left are leftist, I don't think is true in any sense of the word. They're liberal. That's why the examples that Dennis gives of them destroying institutions are whether or not you list birth on a birth certificate, whether or not you list the sex or the Boy Scouts, or music or art or architecture. I think that threats to our democracy or the liberal order, I think, are far more evident when you look at the Republicans' attacks on our judicial system, on giving the executive branch, for instance, the power to have criminal immunity when the president takes certain acts. When you talk about trying to overthrow the election, I mean, like you can go on and on. Like the attacks on institutions from the right are far more damaging than any perceived attacks from the left.
What about that, Dennis? Because I hear Stephen arguing that there's been sort of a reshuffling here where the illiberalism or authoritarianism is, he argues, now coming from the MAGA wing of the Republican Party. Even if you don't like leftists, would you concede that he's right to some degree about the authoritarianism?
No, because Donald Trump was president for 4 years. And we had far more freedom under Donald Trump than under Joe Biden.
How so?
We can give, the number of mandates, for example, in the government and done by through the CDC and NIH. If you don't wear a mask, you're fired. If you don't get a vaccine, you're fired. If you speak dissent at a college, you're fired. The whole culture of
speak dissent. Oh God, like why then? Just be clear about what people do to get fucking kicked out of college. Fuck me.
to big tech and telling them what you consider misinformation from the government. As the Prime Minister of New Zealand infamously announced, if you don't hear it from the government.
Wait, what did Dennis Prager do on? He got COVID, didn't he? How did he get COVID? He tried to catch it, didn't he? I have engaged with strangers, constantly hugging them, taking photos with them, knowing that I was making myself very susceptible to getting COVID, which is indeed, as bizarre as it sounded, what I wanted in the hope I would achieve natural immunity and be taken care of by therapeutics. He was also on ivermectin and all this shit. Yeah, the stuff, a cocktail of therapeutics had been taken. Yeah, he deliberately got himself COVID, yeah. He went around licking doorknobs. Oh God.
It is not true. That's a left-wing position. All truth, and that's why I compare it to Leninism, which was my field. I studied Russian. I went to the Soviet Union a number of times, and he called the Soviet communist paper Pravda, means truth. Truth is what the left says truth is. For 2 years, they lied. The Columbia Journalism Review, published by a rather non-right-wing institution, the most sophisticated or prestigious journalism school in America, Columbia University, wrote a gigantic piece, a major piece, on how much the New York Times and Washington Post lied about collusion between Trump and the Russian campaign. And if you differed with that, as you differ with anything, you were dismissed. And you were misinformation, and the way in which they have taken over Google. But all of this is nothing compared to Donald Trump. But Donald Trump was president for 4 years. What did he do during those 4 years? Forget for the moment. I know you can't, because everything is based on January 6th. Up till January 5th of 2021, what did Trump do in 4 years in power that compares to Biden's and the Democrats' suppression of freedom?
If you forgot January 6th, that's a good technique. Okay, is that a concession?
In this country.
Well, let's let Stephen answer. And I think, to be fair, Dennis, I'm just kind of an arbiter here. Some of the things you mentioned with regard to masks and vaccines, I believe they happened while Trump was president, not Joe Biden. But I'll let Stephen, if he wants to address that. But to Dennis's question, up until January 5th, 2021, what was the illiberalism from Trump?
I would argue that the illiberalism from Trump was Trump's inability to work with Congress and trying to usurp as much power in the executive as possible to do things unilaterally as the executive without getting any kind of congressional approval or legislation from congressional, obviously. So like an example of this might be, he was unable to bring Congress together to get anything done insofar as the border or immigration goes. So instead, he relies on his executive power during times of great emergency to send the military down to the border. That's a usurping of power by the executive to try to run immigration policy on the executive. I don't think that was a very good thing because he couldn't get Congress together to do it. I think that his undermining, even if we ignore January 6th itself, and I'll ignore the electorate for fraud and everything else that he did leading up to December 14th and beyond, all of the claims that Donald Trump made about how the vote is going to be rigged, mail-in ballots are going to be rigged. Notice that if you listen to his rhetoric, he never says, this is what we need to do to secure mail-in ballots. This is what we need to do to make sure that our election is safe. All he wanted to do is get rid of mail-in ballots because he knew that Democrats were more likely to vote that way than Republicans. He had no desire to make the election safe. He only wanted to make sure that the election was going to be won by him. When you talk about like big tech and you talk about trying to take away freedoms using big tech, well, we just had Twitter being purchased by Elon Musk, who is, if you watch any of his his tweets is clearly a right-wing supporter. All of his speech and all of his support goes to right-wing candidates or right-wing talking points. And if you talk about a threat to the freedom of tech, well, the biggest threat that was represented to tech was when conservatives wanted to bash Twitter and Facebook over the head with restricting their section or rescinding their Section 230 protections, which would have allowed you to sue essentially people that hosted other people's posts for things that those people posted. You want to talk about destroying big tech or censoring big tech, removing Section 230 protections would have been the number one way to do it. And then when you want to talk about like requests made by big tech, if you want to call those censorship, we got the full Twitter files leaks. And as much as Republicans try to rewrite the record, Taibbi himself said, when it comes to the New York Post story, for instance, there was not a single example. There was no evidence whatsoever of government intrusion into Twitter to ask them to remove that story. But you better believe when that one comedian lady said that Donald Trump was I think a pussy ass bitch, she tweeted, Donald Trump sent in a request to Twitter to have them remove that tweet because he didn't like it.
Wait, what the fuck is that story? What? Vanity Fair article, Congress? Congress.gov, they have a thing on it. What is this? Trump tried to get Twitter to remove a post calling him a pussy ass bitch. When the White House called up Twitter in the early morning hours of September 9th, 2019, officials had what they believed is a serious issue to report. Famous model Chrissy Teigen just called President Trump a pussy ass bitch on Twitter, and the White House wanted the tweet to come down. Others like it are nowhere found in the Twitter file releases. Huh. Hmm. Huh. What the fuck? That's fucking insane. That is absolutely fucking mental. What? Okay, that's a good talking point. That's a good story. The fuck? Official act,
If you
I
want to talk
guess.
about like big tech censorship or attempts to do so, we could talk about Elon Musk's acquisition of Twitter. We can talk about the types of requests that Donald Trump sent into Twitter, as opposed to the Biden administration, who, when they sent in requests for specific tweets to be taken down, it was because they were of pictures of Hunter Biden. I'll just say that, not even close to comparable. And yeah, when you talk about like authoritarian actions, I think that one of the largest authoritarian actions you can take is to try to usurp as much power for yourself as possible. And that might be done in terms of running things that should be done by Congress, like immigration policy, by using the military. That might be done in ways of like undermining an upcoming election and saying that the election is going to be fraudulent, or it might be done in ways of like avoiding ever being held responsible for things that you do for criminal activity, right? The Supreme Court's granted him criminal immunity. He wasn't impeached in the Senate because they said, oh, well, we can't impeach him. He's already out of office. And he pardoned almost every single person that worked with him. Why would he pardon people like Paul Manafort? That's so crazy. I understand why people might want to argue for pardons for maybe like Flynn or maybe Stone, but Paul Manafort, why? It was so crazy. You can look up how many pardons he's done on the presidential website. It's insane compared to any other president.
What do you think, Dennis? I mean, certainly it sounds like a lot of unilateral action for sure. Do you defend all of the things? Do you dispute that Trump did any of the things Stephen mentioned? And if you don't dispute...
Oh, Warthongs, thanks for the 49.99 shekels. Thanks for the intel yesterday. Oh, yeah, you gave me intel. Fuck, I need to cover it tomorrow. I'm too tired to do that today. I'm so sorry. Fuck. Okay. And Oliver Martin, thanks for the €2.49. Thoughts on trigonometry and Lawrence Fox? Trigonometry, retarded. Lawrence Fox, astronomically retarded. Okay.
Dispute it? Do you defend it?
Yeah, he started to build a wall. That was I don't know whether it's in his province or not. I don't know what the law is. But it is true. He could not get Congress to agree because the Democrats, since Ted Kennedy in the 1990s, have worked to open the border. You cannot have a civilization with an open border. That is a given.
Like Biden tried to pass legislation that would mean that the border literally gets closed if there are a set number of encounters in a particular day, like immediately closing it. Yeah.
I assume Stephen would agree with that, that open border and keeping a country intact are mutually exclusive. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, that's why nobody asks for an open border.
Oh, yes, the Democrats do. I mean, if you deny that, that's good. You'll be on record then as saying...
Well, define it as policy, Dennis, so we could agree.
This is really critical, really critical. Do you believe, Stephen, that the Democrats have been for a controlled border and not for an open border in the last 10 years?
Yep. Obama deported a whole bunch of people, and Biden tried to pass legislation that meant literally the border can close completely, even to people with legitimate claims, if 5,000 people are encountered at the border in one day.
I think the Democrats tried to pass comprehensive legislation that was written by Lankford, a Republican in the Senate. And I think Donald Trump and the Republicans are the ones that killed that, and that was on public record.
Please
so
answer
no,
my question.
the Democrats have not been for
do you
open
believe
borders.
the Democrats are for a closed border? Okay,
It's not
all
just
right, good,
closed
good.
or open,
Okay.
but
Can
nobody's
you define it, though, for us?
The border is a very complicated thing.
Can you define
no, it's
what
not
you
complicated
mean?
It is
at
very
all.
complicated.
It's not complicated.
I'm sorry, did you just throw that much information about immigration?
Is a closed border to Dennis Prager just like no one is allowed in? Ever?
Good.
Or the border, okay, good. All right. As I said, I prefer clarity to agreement.
Can you define open border, Dennis?
Yes, letting anybody who wants to come into this country come in. It's not complex.
So can I go to America and just live there just because I want to? I'm pretty sure the amount that I would have to pay as a small business wanker to go to America is like tens of thousands of pounds or dollars, right? I think it might even be like, I don't think it could necessarily be too far to like a fucking like 100K. Like, I've heard different stories. It depends on different lines of work. Especially if you have to explain to like a US official or whatever how my job works and how my income works. God.
And then to be clear, you think that that's the case right now?
That's the case right now. And that is the case what the Democrats
He's
want.
turning red. He's a fucking mad tomato.
That is correct.
So somebody
Look, I said tomato for the Americans. Just so you understand what I'm saying. I'm being generous to you.
They have sanctuary cities all over my state.
Excuse me, sanctuary city has nothing to do with immigration policy.
Oh, sure as it does. If you are here illegally, we will not allow ICE or anyone else to take you away. You can come. That's what sanctuary city means.
That is not what a sanctuary city is. That's
really?
not what a
does it
sanctuary.
mean?
Sure, I can tell you what it means. When it comes to enforcing immigration, that is exclusively in the purview of the United States government. Now, it tends to be the case that if you're a state official, you can collect information about whether or not a person is here legally or not. And if you want, you can turn that information over to federal authorities like Immigrations and Customs Enforcement or like the Department of Homeland Security. You don't have an obligation to do so. And some cities are supposed to say we won't. So a sanctuary city is just a city where if they arrest you, they're not going to do an immigration check. And if you fail, they're going to turn you over to the federal authorities. As somebody that is a conservative, who I imagine would have an appreciation for the concept of federalism, but the important protections of states' rights, because that's what we said when we threw abortion back to the states, you should champion a state deciding whether or not they would want to cooperate with a federal authority when it comes to turning somebody over for matters of deportation. But a sanctuary city does not legalize illegal immigration. It's just whether or not a city wants to cooperate with federal investigators when it comes to turning over an undocumented citizen or immigrant.
Fine. Okay, we can continue.
Do you agree with that, Dennis? I mean, do you recognize that it's an issue of state?
The issue of people crossing a federal border is a federal issue. It is not just a state issue. Okay, it is so elementary. It's a national border. It's not just a state border.
I'd be really careful with that because that wasn't Abbott's argument when he wanted to enforce the border in Texas. He said that the Texas National Guard should...
And the Republicans were like, oh, what's he going to look at it? He's gaping. Oh, shit.
Oh, you just used the Biden administration.
Well, because there's no federal oversight. Because the Democrats are happy to have a great number of people come in. They're potential Democratic voters in their view.
I think it's fair.
So,
Can
Dennis,
I ask for, is there a
Stephen,
single lawmaker or is there a single prominent Democrat that said we want open borders?
No.
Okay.
And so what are the open border policies, Dennis? If the sanctuary city you concede
is not relevant, but the answer is no. Okay, go ahead.
If you concede that the sanctuary cities themselves are not the border, what are the open border policies that are at issue that you would want Stephen to either defend or denounce?
No, we have to have only legal immigration. I don't know. the rendering of a simple concept complex is a way to avoid the moral issue, the political issue, the real issue. The real issue is that under Democratic influence since Ted Kennedy, this is not new, but it has been hastened under Joe Biden, the border has been essentially open to millions of people to come into this country illegally. And you can't even say illegal alien. You can't say alien and you can't say illegal. You now say undocumented immigrant. The very fact that they have changed the language is proof that they are for it.
Well, that's because undocumented can encompass people who are following the law, right? Like asylum claimants, no?
Okay. Let's briefly talk about Project 2025 as we don't have unlimited time.
Damn, that debate would have been better to go deeper. Shit.
Stephen, I'll go first to you. Project 2025 fears that we're hearing about from the left media ecosystem right now, well-founded fears or overblown or hyperbolic?
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't really focus much on policy for conservatives because I don't think conservatives have or run on policy anymore. I think that all of the fears around Donald Trump have to do with his disdain for the constitutional democratic republic that we have and his desire to usurp as much power into his sole position as president as possible. And that's what I focus on. I know that I've seen people talk about Project 2025 and people have fears of Project 2025, but conservatives know nothing about policy and they don't even care to run on policy anymore. So I just personally don't focus much on the particular aspects of that platform, although I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump and his administration wanted to push a lot, given some of the quotes that have come out, I think from Donald Trump in the past, and I think JD Vance about it, and the association, like the Heritage Foundation, everything else. But it's not a thing that I particularly focus on.
And to be clear, Stephen, you don't focus on it because you don't genuinely think Trump knows anything about it or cares about policy, or because you think it's unlikely to be implemented?
I don't know what the final versions of it would look like when it comes to implementation. I don't know if Republicans will have the necessary majorities in the House or Senate to pass it. My concern is far more singularly with Donald Trump as the head executive than it is with any particular policy platform, because Donald Trump is just not a very effective leader. He's not a good politician. When they were in office, they couldn't pass any policy. They couldn't actually get any legislation passed. So I'm not as concerned about a policy platform as I am about what Donald Trump wants to do as the president or as the executive.
Dennis, what about you? What are your thoughts on the discussion that's been growing, certainly in the last few weeks?
We largely agree. 2025 is irrelevant to the Trump administration, and he has said so. No, I don't know anyone who's read it. It's 800 pages. I haven't read it. Stephen presumably has not read it. The Heritage Foundation is a conservative think tank. There are left-wing think tanks, liberal think tanks, conservative think tanks, right-wing think tanks, and they're all permitted to put out whatever they want. Am I permitted? And I'm not being cute. If I'm not, I'm not. But can I ask Stephen a question?
Please.
Okay. Yeah. So Stephen.
Let's say you are an island.
How do you stand on men who say they're women competing in women's sports?
I'm assuming the question has to do with trans people competing in sports. I think that
why do you have to use so many more syllables to say trans? Everyone knows what trans means. You fucking retard. Anyway.
Personal view is that sports up through probably high school are just
so
there.
Do you see how he's like so resistant to fucking anything that he considers ceding ground, to the point that even calling them trans people is like too validating. Fucking creep.
Or people to kind of like play games and get along with each other and, like build camaraderie and stuff. So I don't really have much of a concern up to that point. Once you get to NCAA or professional events, I think that the dividing between the sexes is very important for athletic competition. So I'm generally opposed to trans people participating in the gender they identify with.
So you know then that the Biden administration has extended the anti-discrimination legislation passed to protect women. They have extended it to trans people. You are aware of that?
That they've done what?
They have extended it to trans people so that
extended what to trans people? I'm sorry.
You cannot discriminate against trans people. If a man says he is a woman in college, he should be allowed to play in college sport. That is the Biden administration's position.
I'm not aware of that right now. I thought it went
Okay,
the
fair
opposite.
enough.
My
Okay, so
understanding,
people
just to be
could
clear,
check
my
on
understanding
that.
is that right
Okay.
now they
All
can't.
right. So what is your position? Since I think the whole left stinks, you think Donald Trump stinks. So I talk about the left. So let's go to Gavin Newsom. In California, where I live, there is a law. It is a law. It's not a recommendation. That if a kid, an 8-year-old, says that she is a boy, and the school is not permitted to tell the parents that the girl thinks she is a boy and goes by a boy's name in her school. Do you think that is a moral and good law?
I don't think about this. I'm so sorry, but when I look at Donald Trump, this is a man who tried to overthrow the election and resist the peaceful transfer of power. I can't think of the thing that I think.
So what Newsom actually did, even just from looking at the fucking headlines, you can tell he's lying. He got rid of a law that mandated that parents tell. Wait. No, yeah. He was forcing educators to tell parents that their children's asked to use a different name. Yeah, you should not force a teacher to tell a fucking parent if the kid is changing their pronouns, because you might be telling an abusive parent. You need to do just like one little check and balance. Like, it's very easy to say that. It's very easy to say that we encourage parent involvement as quickly as possible, but just do one or two things to make sure that, like, to at least have some reason to believe it's safe. Like, ask the child, why are you have you told your parents? Why are you telling me before you're telling your parent? That's a bit odd. Do you want us to tell the parents? No. Why not? You don't want to say? That's, and you're like looking like you're fucking shitting it when you say that. Like, okay, well, So you come back to that question just in case. All right. That's it. It's not difficult.
Think less
There we
about
go.
than how
Okay,
we're
so it's
trending.
Maybe go around and ask the other teachers. Does this kid ever talk about like their their time at home? Like, do we know any of, like, there are ways you can figure these things out. Like, you can't get it perfect. You can't get it perfect. You might occasionally like delay telling a parent even though they're fine, and you might also accidentally out a trans kid to a transphobic parent who ends up kicking the child out of the house. Anyway.
People say, just to be clear, hold on, just to be clear for people that don't know, my background.
You
okay,
guys on the left should thank God every day for.
Hold
Donald
on, well, wait,
Trump. You
Dennis.
should say,
If
if you're an
Stephen, hold
atheist-
on. If Stephen doesn't want to answer the question as you see it, allow him not to answer it.
Sure.
But let's
Or
hear.
I'll answer it. I'll answer it. I was banned from Twitch for opposing the integration of trans people into sports. I don't think it's appropriate. I probably stand in
I didn't
opposition
ask
to a
that
lot of the very,
question. I
very
asked-
far left.
okay,
What?
The law. Okay, so let me just go on record. I can give you the rest. We could talk hours.
Sure. What's the California law for the 8-year-old? Go ahead. What was it?
Yes, you cannot. A school cannot tell a parent. Doesn't have.
This is not the he's so fucking retarded. That's not the law. It's not even the headline. Hang on. Let's see. California law. It was did they even get rid of something, or did they signed a law that prohibits policies to force educators? They didn't say you cannot. You can't tell. Like, this guy thinks California passed a law that says you're a teacher, you have to keep it secret. Fuck you, man. God.
Is not allowed to tell a parent if a child identifies as the other sex in a California school.
That would probably be something I'd be opposed to as a parent. I think I would want to know that if my kid was identifying as a different gender in class.
Correct. So.
Oh no, Dustin. I guess if he's like, is it because of the camera contact or whatever? He doesn't want to go and like type stuff up and fact check on the show.
See, if it weren't for Trump, you would have to spend the time with me or anyone else defending the left and their scummy little laws like that ruin lives of kids and have girls get their breasts cut off at 18 or even younger. It's like nothing matters. All that matters is January 6th. Every time I raise an issue, we go back to January 6th.
Because he tried to rebel. It was a rebellion against the peaceful transfer of power.
He told people to go peacefully to the halls of Congress.
He told Mike
to go and pressure Mike Pence to certify the fake electoral votes. Yeah.
Pence, why were they going there? What were they going there for?
To protest the results of the election
Exactly.
because they thought it was cheating. You're right.
Exactly.
You're
it was an
allowed to
insurrection. They
protest.
thought, no, you're not allowed to protest
you're not
with
allowed
violence.
to overthrow, but you were allowed to protest.
When they were going there to support Mike Pence, what did they want Mike Pence to do?
Yes, they wanted Mike Pence not to accept certain electors from certain states.
Exactly.
Yes, that's
Correct.
right. Okay, but okay.
Which was against the ECA, right? That was illegal under the Electoral Count Act, right?
But I don't agree with that, and that's
fine. I don't agree with insurrectionists either, but you understand the ridiculousness of wanting to have a man who is now usurped criminal immunity as the president. So a lot of the illegal actions that he took, remember, Roberts in his opinion said explicitly that when Donald Trump told his acting and his deputy attorney general, can you guys write fake notes to the state legislatures to say that we found evidence of voter fraud that wasn't there? We can't even criminally review that anymore, right? So a man who's now criminally immune, who tried to overthrow the government, yeah, that's going to stand out more in my mind, even if they failed at it, than whether or not 8-year-olds in California, their teachers tell their parents if they're trans or whatever. I didn't say it doesn't matter, but some things matter more than other things.
Right. In the day, you're right. It matters
less
I am.
What
happened on January 6th. January 6th is wildly overblown. If it wasn't an insurrection, not a single person has been arrested or indicted on.
Bro, it's the first paragraph of what he's saying. It's actually even more conservative than most progressive, like far-left people would be happy with, this legislation from California. I was on the first paragraph. I was scrolled down. Let's see, where was it? It was here. The new law prohibits local school boards from forcing educators to tell parents if their child asks to use a different name or different pronouns. Parents would retain the right to access their child's school records, and minors are still required to get permission from their parents or guardians before legally changing their name or gender. So legally. What? I can't believe he saw that. Because all the headlines for this are like that. They're just, it's so clear. But I guess it's because he's probably never read like an actual teacher's guideline in his entire life, and he just has no fucking, not even like a reference point to figure out what kind of legislation would actually be put in place here realistically. God.
Insurrection. Donald Trump was not accused of fomenting insurrection. The term is a left-wing lie about what happened on January 6th. I don't like January 6th. I condemned it when it happened. It was not an insurrection. That the language that the left uses, fascist, Nazi, insurrection, misinformation.
Gestapo. Because that's what Trump called the Biden administration. For bringing criminal charges to him, even though it wasn't the administration, it was like prosecutors.
Disinformation. This is the language of division that you denied the left engages in.
First of all, I've never denied that the left engages in divisiveness. Of course they do. I'm just saying that Joe Biden himself doesn't, which is evident enough by how much joint legislation he's passed. This guy's got 40 years, in government. Of course, this guy, has relationships with people, isn't as divisive as he seems. And I think that's evidenced by what he can pass. To say that the insurrection is the language of leftists, this is the language that came to us in the 14th Amendment after the Reformation, when, surprise, surprise, after the Civil War, people in Congress didn't want leadership again. That was part of the Civil War. That shouldn't be that shocking. There's nothing left-wing about that idea. That should be a very American idea. We don't want people that would try to insurrect the government to fight against it. Also, if we want to talk about health issues, we're welcome to talk about it as well. But I care way less about the leftists have some crazy views on 8-year-olds being trans, which I think is really stupid, by the way. And I agree that that's stupid. But I care way more about the fact that I don't know if we're ever going to have a new vaccine in this country that is going to have mass protests against it now, because conservatives become the party of anti-vax. I think that's a far more pressing public health matter than trans kids.
Yes. Because the CDC is in cahoots with Big Pharma and lied to the American people about masks, about distance, and about lockdowns, and ruined a whole generation's lives because of
Finkelstein. Finkelstein entered the room.
About lockdowns and ruined a whole generation.
What's he doing? Norman Finkelstein entered the room. He even, hang on.
About masks, about distance, and about lockdowns, and ruined.
Look at him go. Okay, sorry.
A whole generation's lives because of the lie that lockdowns were necessary for kids. Sweden didn't lock down one day for kids, not one kid died. That you defend the CDC, the NIH, and the Democrats, and I mean, for that matter, any Republicans who supported lockdowns. it will not be something you will be proud of when you look back at your career.
Yeah, and the entire world was all in cahoots for all the people. You point out Sweden, compare Sweden's death rates to every other European country, even the other Scandinavian countries that did enact lockdowns, and more people died in Sweden.
I have compared them.
Okay, then you know that
Yes.
Sweden fared about the worst of any of those countries.
Only if you compare them to Scandinavia. And Finland has announced that it would do exactly what Sweden did if it ever happened again. They were wrong in locking down their students. If you're on the record as defending nearly 2 years of lockdowns of students.
Wait, I think he maybe got that backwards from my memory. Hang on, I'd have to check. By country. I think the UK was actually the worst one because our lockdown was late. Hmm. What was the story with Sweden again? There was a talking point that right-wingers used about Sweden that was really shit. Like they compared, I remember someone compared it to fucking Peru that had lockdown, even though they didn't have any infrastructure to implement it or some shit like that. But I don't think there's evidence that Sweden had it much. It was, I think the actual talking point is that Sweden didn't have it that bad, but they had it worse than other Scandinavian countries that did lockdowns. I thought that's what happened. But where do I get that from? Sweden, Corona, COVID death rates. Compare, okay. Cases and deaths per million in 210 countries. Deaths per million. So, herd immunity. This is as of July. Wait, as of July 2022. No, wait, hang on. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Sweden, compare. Avia, death rate, COVID, lockdown, policy, compare. Excuse me. Comparing responses of the UK, Sweden, and Denmark. Oh, yeah, UK and Sweden had among the worst per capita COVID mortality in Europe. Sweden stands out for its greater relevance in voluntary rather than mandatory control measures. Timing affected, yeah, because UK was late. That was their problem. Fucking Boris cunt. UK mortality would have approximately doubled had Sweden policy been adopted. Huh. Swedish mortality would have halved had they adopted UK or Danish strategies. Yeah, for Sweden it was voluntary, yeah. Sweden. Where are they compared to the rest of Europe, to the EU average? It would be 2020 to 2022 I'd want to see. So Europe, COVID death rate. Not from 2023 onwards, for fuck's sake. Come on. Population density. Well, that's why you would want to compare Sweden to neighboring countries. But I thought that was the argument you made to show why they actually had it quite bad. Because people who were right-wing tried to say that Sweden actually had it okay compared to a lot of other countries around the world. But they didn't compare it to like Denmark, where they got absolutely fucked. Yeah. Or Norway or whatever. Yeah. But I don't know exactly what I'm looking for here in terms. Oh, wait, 2020, 2023. Okay. But when's this article from? 2024. Okay, this is new. Whoa. Total deaths. Relative. I don't think I'm going to find it. Oh, this. Why is this so shit? Why wouldn't it let you scroll down? Oh, okay. Wait, is this total deaths or is this relative? It would be, right? Average age is a big factor. I think the average ages in European countries are quite similar, aren't they? Is this Sweden here? What? No, it's Slovenia. Where's Sweden? Sweden's down here. But I think something happened after 2023 that made it go way down. Fuck, I don't know.
And
How did this come to just lockdown of students? You know the lockdowns affected more than just the students, right?
Lockdown of students,
Okay,
but
because
it's
you said that like 3
particularly
times.
egregious because kids were hurt more than adults were because of the lockdown. That's why I'm noting kids.
Sure.
And because it was particularly irrelevant because kids were not dying of COVID, whereas old people were.
Sure, but the issue is that teachers tend to be older people and they were the ones that were worried.
Yes.
Whether
Right.
or not the lockdowns
no
were...
teacher died in Sweden.
Whether or not the lockdowns were good or bad...
No teacher died in Sweden.
Yeah.
The
But it's about catching it and spreading it as well, for fuck's sake. God.
lockdowns were despicable. Despicable.
Whether or not...
That is the reason that people are very, very suspicious and should be. I was never. My brother is a professor of medicine. I trusted doctors like I trusted my own parents. I trusted the medical community. I don't any longer. They've lost my trust.
Yep. Now you trust Joe Rogan and Donald Trump. Yeah. Now we trust podcasters who have every vested interest in lying to you about things in order to make more ad revenue and to sell you more products for whatever vitamin boost or whatever. If you want to talk about lockdowns and them being good or bad, I think at this point, I think the evidence is out that the lockdowns were probably too aggressive. I think most people agree with that. The issue isn't debating whether or not they were good or bad. It's that you conservatives assume that they were done maliciously. The entire world came together to maliciously lock. It's not irrelevant.
You know what?
The motivation for why you.
Malicious. I don't give a damn if it was malicious. It ruined societies. It ruined children's lives. You
don't think the intention of a policy matters when it comes to trusting them in the future? You don't think knowing if they were acting maliciously or not isn't important in deciding if you would trust them?
No, and by the way, well, I will say this with regard to the vaccines and the fact that they were not tested and they were unleashed upon people and that they told children, they still told little babies should get these vaccines when babies aren't dying of COVID. I think there was an element of maliciousness, not in the sense of we want to hurt people, but we
already vaccinate children. What the fuck is he talking about?
We want to have the profits that Big Pharma enables us to have because Big Pharma, let me ask you, do you think Big Pharma has only the interest of the public in mind?
Why was the vaccine distributed in countries that have national health services that don't have the same profit incentive? Like, the governments, like the UK and shit like that, these governments had to fork out a fuck ton of money to pay for COVID stuff.
I'm a liberal capitalist. I think that Big Pharma has the interest of making money. The goal is the FDA and the government to regulate, to make sure that they're adhering to what they're supposed to do. Now, if you want to take the position, that every corporation around the world that would have had plenty of investment in calling this out, by the way, why didn't J&J say that the mRNA vaccines were rigged? If you want to say that every academic institution across the entire world, especially in other countries, weren't calling out the horribleness of the mRNA vaccines, and if you want to make the argument that every...
Oh. Is this right? This is what I'd look for, right? This is cumulative excess deaths per 100,000. Even if we go like here for pandemic, it's this end of 2021. Will let you zoom into these countries. Edit countries and regions. Let's just go Europe. Wait, what? Oh, you have to add in all the countries. Okay. Map. Europe. So, in Scandinavian countries, you have Denmark, 5.4. Why is it the same color for 5.24 versus 95? 45 minus 2. Let's go later on into January 2022. Because you would compare it with Scandinavian countries. These countries are similar to each other. Norway, low. Finland, lower. Yeah, Sweden was the big one. The big fucker in the region. And eventually, by 2024, you get like Finland getting worse. Don't know why. But if we look at the lockdown period, Sweden is its own little baby. Finland's a bit worse eventually, but not early on. When did Swedish Scandinavian lockdown end? Bans abolished. So February 2022. What about Norway?
Stay informative.
Z, thanks for the $50. God damn. That's so generous. The fuck? Ugh. Norway lifts at the end of 2021. Denmark ends February 2022. Finland, January. Oh, wait, first case. Oh, that's 2020. When did they end the lockdown? Sweden didn't have proper statistics. You could argue that the lockdowns didn't gather the effect intended. Yeah, I think that's true. But that's not the argument that Prager's making, at least. Finland to tighten restrictions. They tightened restrictions in 2021. When did they end in 2022? It would be 2022, I'd imagine. That's when most of them ended. Oh, just look at Wikipedia. Restrictions lifted in June 2022. So it's like middle of 2022, okay? So by this point, Sweden is doing worse than its neighbors. And then before, during the period, they're doing quite a lot worse than their neighbors. So, okay. Fuck. Fuck! Alright. What is this? Recent news coverage of the assassination. Is this supposed to be a clip? Oh, it's got an ad. Or is this just the is this a clip segment, or is this the entire
survival from a genocidal entity are going to be hyper focusing on survival instead of gay liberation at that moment?
How can I? It's also because they don't
ironic that
want
you
gay
are
liberation, but
from
also how can I fucking?
and don't recognize
How can I turn on this stream at any point and he says genocidal in the first 5 seconds? How does this happen?
Western influence with Western backers.
Okay. Oh, whatever. Don't care. I don't know if that was supposed to be a particular timestamp, but I'd lost it because of the ads. Was it, or is this just live? This is just live. Yeah. Okay. Don't know why you sent me that, but okay.
America has meddled in the affairs of.
Yeah, it's not a clip. It's just a, okay. Oh, is he learning about Hassan Nasrallah? Oh, this speech. I know this speech. Hudud, the border.
وستبقى اسم هذه الحدود الحدود اللبنانية الفلسطينية. وبالنسبة لنا لن يكون هناك يوم نقول فيه أو نعترف فيه بحدود لبنانية إسرائيلية.
Israeli. His fucking speech impediment. Yeah, when people say it's all about what, the Sheba farms or the war in Gaza, no, Hezbollah, like Nasrallah's always said this. He's never changed. He wants a Lebanon, a Muslim Lebanon bordered with a Muslim Palestine. All of it. No Israel. That's it. Yeah, that's his goal. And he will not stop. He will not stop. Anyway, he will not cease. So, care. What was I looking for? Oh. No teacher died of COVID in Sweden. Is this true? No child with COVID-19 died. Oh, a teacher died in 2024. Did they die of COVID? Isn't Lebanon majority Christian? I think it's plurality Christian. I don't even know if it's changed now. It's not majority Christian, no. It's majority Muslim, but the Muslims are split between Sunnis and Shiites. And also, in terms of sympathies, there's like sympathies with Hezbollah, the sympathies with Syria, and yeah, it's all very messy. Is their symbol a Christmas tree? It's a cedar tree. A teacher died and 18 out of 76 staff tested positive. The school closed for 2 weeks because so many staff were sick. Huh. So a teacher did die recently, or was this even recently? It's 40% Christian. That's what I thought, yeah. And then the Muslims are split between Sunni, Shia. And then there's also some Druze, not many. So about 20 Jews, maybe less now. Huh. Okay.
Country in the world, even those that didn't utilize our vaccines, like China, Russia, Iran, and Qatar, they would have every incentive to say, by the way, those mRNA vaccines are killing Americans. It's strange that all of these people seem to be silent on this issue, but thank God we've got Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson to tell us about how corrupt, and Brett Weinstein to tell us how corrupt, I guess, Big Pharma is. I thought the conservatives used to be proud of large American businesses. This was
You're
an
right,
operation under warp
You're
speed from Donald
100%
Trump,
right.
a Donald Trump warp speed, a globalist, capitalist thing that Americans should be proud of, but we can't even take pride in it because you're so conspiracy brained on it now.
The issue is not conspiracy brained, and sometimes there really are. Look, I will admit to you, I defended the big pharma nearly all of my broadcast career. I have been awakened to the corruption that is now involved. I'm sorry to say.
I think you've been awakened to something called audience capture. I think audience capture is what we awakened to.
I never took Robert Kennedy seriously on the issue of vaccines and kids, and now I do. I admit it. I have been chastened by the facts.
The guy that says the
gentlemen,
polio
listen,
vaccine has killed more people than it's saved. Yeah. Okay.
We could go endlessly on vaccines, but we have come to the end of our time. The last thing I want to ask you, and it really should be just a one word. Dennis, you first. Who do you expect to be the winner of the November election?
Oh.
So I feel bad in not giving you a yes or no or a one-person answer.
Trump or Harris?
I never answer predictive questions. I'm only interested in what I think we need to do. And the
only
thought
cares
of
about the
4
facts.
more years of the left governing the country frightens me in terms of liberty. So,
all right, but you're not making a prediction. Stephen, who do you expect to see the win in November?
I'm feeling good on Harris right now.
Feeling good on Harris. Gentlemen, we haven't quite said it all, but we've said a lot of it. Dennis Prager, Stephen Kenneth
Harris.
Destiny Bennell II. Thanks to both of you for joining me today.
Good to be with you again, David.
So how red did he actually go? Was he always red, or did he go red? No, he's actually notably less red. He went very red. Why? Why is he so mad? Is he under pressure? Fuck me. Ivermectin. It's called being an Ashkenazi Jew. Do Ashkenazi Jews just like turn red spontaneously? What? I don't think that's true. I'm not too sure. Actually. Fuck. Usually it's like what, blood rushing to the face? Either because you're flushed or nervous or I don't know, bro. Temperature? Alcohol? I don't know. Do you think he has an alcohol drip? I feel like my editor really likes making soy face thumbnails for me. Look at this. Do you think we're overdo? How do we feel about the YouTube React faces? Do you think it's maybe a bit much? It's like, I think it's the kind of thing where you look like you're doing the algorithm game too much, where it becomes a little bit. I think it might be a bit much, bro. Maybe just because I don't like seeing my face like that 5 or 6 times in a row. God. It's okay, though. I'm not massively against it, but you're too big in the center. Well, I think faces... Look, you can tell when it changed. It went from normal face to... Ah! To... Ooh! To... Yeah. The fuck is this? When did I do these faces? I don't even fucking remember. Okay, I was mental. Okay. I need to Traveling Israel React. You're passionate about your content. No, I'm not. I do, however, need to go. Haniyeh, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll go into details tomorrow. It's time to call it a day, though. Fuck. They were on the cusp of legalizing LGBT rights, but Israel made them stop. What? Palestinian, Gaza, Hamas. What? What? Interesting. Listen, guys, I love you. See you later, okay? See you tomorrow.